Welcome to the City of Bellevue regular City Council meeting for Monday, July 6, 2020. Welcome back, everybody. I hope you all had a celebratory 4th of July. Weather was cooperative. City Clerk, are you ready to call for the roll?
I am. Mayor Robinson?
I am here.
Deputy Mayor Newhouse?
Here.
Councilmember Barksdale?
Here.
Councilmember Lee?
Here.
Councilmember Robertson?
Present.
Councilmember Stokes?
Here.
And Councilmember Zahn?
Here.
Thank you.
Thank you. So first up, we have the Parks and Recreation Month proclamation. And if you haven't had a chance, I really recommend that you take a moment to read the management brief, which is included in the agenda packet. It was written by our new Parks Director, Mr. Shiosaki, and Colin Walker. And it's just a beautiful tribute to our parks and open spaces in Bellevue. And I'd like to ask Councilmember Zahn as liaison to the Parks and Human Services Board, could you please read the proclamation?
Thank you, Mayor. I'd be honored to read the proclamation. Whereas parks and recreation programs are vitally important to establishing and maintaining the quality of life in our community. And whereas these programs partner with the community, providing spaces for people of all cultures to gather, celebrate, and volunteer their time and talents to make a difference. And whereas parks and recreation programs build healthy, active communities and aid in the prevention of chronic disease and improve the mental and emotional health of all residents. And whereas they provide people with disabilities, opportunities, and choices for recreation, socialization, and learning so they can participate successfully in the life of our community. And whereas parks and recreation programs also enhance a community's economic prosperity through increased property values, increased tourism, the attraction and retention of businesses, and crime reduction. And whereas our parks and natural areas ensure the ecological beauty of our community and provide a place for children and adults to connect with nature and recreate outdoors. And whereas Bellevue has long been seen as a city in a park, and parks and natural recreation areas are fundamental not only to the ecological beauty of our community, but also to its environmental well-being by improving air and water quality, protecting groundwater, preventing flooding, and providing vegetative buffers and habitat for wildlife.
Now, therefore, I, Lynn Robinson, Mayor of the City of Bellevue, Washington, and on behalf of the City Council, do hereby proclaim the month of July 2020 as Parks and Recreation Month in Bellevue and urge everyone to enjoy and recognize the many benefits of our parks, natural areas, trails, and recreation facilities. Thank you, Councilmember Zahn. Okay, next we have approval of the agenda, and Councilmember Zahn, you had asked that the city manager report on 2 consent calendar items. And to do that, we'll need to amend the agenda to include a city manager's report. So Deputy Mayor, do we have a motion to do that?
Certainly, Mayor. I make a motion to amend the council meeting agenda to add 1 item under the city manager's report.
Is there a second? Thank you. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion, any opposed? Motion's passed. Okay, so next we have the report of the city manager.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. I have, as you mentioned, 1 item under the manager's report, and I wanted to bring to your attention 2 items under the consent calendar, items 8E and 8H, both related to the I-405 South Downtown Access Study. Specifically, we wanted to highlight these efforts for you. And with that, I want to turn it over to Andrew Singalakis, our Transportation Director, to expand further on these items. Andrew?
Okay, thank you, City Manager Miyake, excuse me, Mayor Robinson, Deputy Mayor Newhouse, and the City Council. Tonight, you have 2 consent items that are related to the South Downtown Access to 405 study. One is the CIP program request, shifting cost savings from another project. The CIP will allow us to fund engineering work necessary to evaluate alternatives for the study. The other one is a contract with WashDOT. We were fortunate that WashDOT has the capacity to act as our consultant in the project. And as you're aware, we've launched the study and had a stakeholder forum back in the 25th of June. And 2 online open houses are forthcoming. We didn't have the benefit of going to council to kick it off due to COVID restrictions, but we did brief you individually. And we'll be coming back to the council 2 times, and we expect that the project will wrap up by the end of the year. And we have started a pretty good public engagement process with all the neighborhood associations and affected property owners. So we're making progress moving ahead with the study. And in addition to providing us with a potential capital improvement that could be funded by the legislature, the study is really important also to settle on development issues that are happening in the downtown. So with that, concludes my report.
Okay, thank you very much. Anything else, City Manager?
That's it, Mayor. Thank you.
Okay, great. So next up we have Councilmember Lee has a recommendation for appointment to the Environmental Services Commission. Councilmember Lee, did you want to speak to your recommendation?
Mayor Robinson, this is Charmaine Arredondo. Can I pipe in? And we've skipped over written communications. Did you want to go back to that item? Mayor Robinson.
Sorry, I was on mute. Yes, I would like to go back to that. Thank you. So do we have any written communications to read?
Yes, the council has received a number of written communications in their council at email box, and 4 of those items are meant for reading at tonight's meeting. So if you would like, I can proceed with reading.
Yes, please. Thank you.
Okay, hold 1 second. Each of these communications will need to be still within the 3-minute time frame. So we'll start with number 1. This email is from Alicia Wigg. The world has changed dramatically during the last 4 months. No one knows how the demand for office, residential, retail, and hospitality buildings will change, or how the design of these buildings, inside and out, will change after this crisis. These changes will require us to adapt quickly. The zoning decisions council is making over the next several months will last for decades beyond COVID. It is in this context that we feel it is more important than ever for us to embrace as much flexibility in the land use code as possible, not as a potential departure that we can seek and hope to get approved later, but upfront so that we can be as prepared as possible to adapt. Our hope is that we can achieve something truly special on our site by having a grand pedestrian plaza in the center of the development that acts as a lid over one of the east-west connections between 112th and 114th. City Council Guiding Principle M.5 states that the city would provide the flexibility to pursue rectilinear and or curved blocks and to allow streets to be pedestrian and or vehicular. This concept of a lid for open space is uniquely achievable on our site because 112th is about 20 feet plus higher than 114th. Thus, we have the ability to create a vehicular connection between these 2 streets that is at grade on both sides, while also lidding over this street to create a grand plaza in the center of our site that is visible from the future light rail station and hopefully gives riders a reason to get off the train. Our site is surrounded by light rail tracks on the west, I-405 and wetlands to the east, Main Street to the north, and the Bellevue Club to the south. These surroundings will be in place for the foreseeable future. Therefore, most, if not all, of the interior streets on our site are and will continue to be for internal circulation only. No internal street on our site can be a through street to other developments on the west or east. If we are not permitted to connect to the north, then the site will truly be an island. One of the new policies in the CPA is to create a north-south street that runs east of and parallel to 112th Avenue Southeast and creates two new east-west streets to connect 112th Avenue Southeast to 114th Avenue Southeast as needed. Rather than presupposing that all of these streets would be needed, we understand this policy to state that we would build these streets as and if needed based on a traffic study and city council approval to ensure we mitigate traffic impacts. To set internal street locations without considering what uses and what density will be required for those uses does not make sense to us. Maximum block length and perimeter length requirements in the land use code will assure that the city achieves walkable blocks along 112th Avenue Southeast. And it has one more paragraph, but we have reached time. That email is in your council at inbox. The next email is from John McCullough. We are writing on behalf of WIG Properties in cooperation with the Bellevue Club to review the proposed street issues for the East Main Luca. These parties represent the only two significant development sites in the planning area. The success of the TOD redevelopment of these sites is dependent upon the ability to execute a below-grade shared parking and loading facility to serve the various new towers. We spent the last 2 years debating this issue before the first Planning Commission and then twice before the City Council. The Commission and Council made it clear that the Luca should be designed to accommodate this solution. In the face of this guidance, City staff has suggested for 2 years that the issue should be deferred to a future permit review process. Today's new recommendations from City staff again suggest that this issue be deferred to some future date. As the Commission and Council have recognized, it is unfair to ask the WIGs to spend millions of dollars in a future permit process just to be able to ask the question whether the shared parking / loading solution could be approved, an issue which can make or break the project. Some will note that the Luca presented now includes flexibility on this issue, but flexibility is no substitute for predictability, and the WIGs need predictability to make this project work. The current Luca draft includes pre-located streets across various portions of the site. If these streets are required to be dedicated, and if the city ultimately denies the request to construct beneath them, which in the absence of predictability we must assume, then the shared parking / loading solution will not work. We have an alternate proposal. The usable land on the Red Lion / Hilton site is not much greater than a downtown superblock, which can include 5 or 6 or 7 towers representing millions of square feet. There are no issues providing utility service or vehicular access to these sites without internal dedicated streets. Therefore, we suggest the following. Bullet 1, only one pre-located street be required running east-west between Hilton and the Bellevue Club. Bullet 2, all other streets north of this pre-located street be potential streets which can be provided by easement and which would allow the below-grade parking loading solution. Bullet 3, no potential streets be shown on the Bellevue Club property. The City Council previously recognized that any new street bisecting the Bellevue Club property would seriously impair the operation of the club. The council guiding principles do not suggest another east-west and a north-south street through the Red Lion / Hilton, but only as needed. No demonstration has been made or any studies prepared to support the idea that such streets are needed. They are not. Those streets only provide internal circulation within the project. They do not connect to any other site and are not required to mitigate impacts. The WIGs desire to create the finest possible pedestrian spaces within their project. The below-grade parking / loading solution allows vehicles, trucks, deliveries, and drop-offs to be largely removed from the surface. Again, it goes on for another couple of sentences, and we have reached the 3-minute mark. The next email is from Marty Neislig. Mayor and Council, Washington Sensible Shorelines Association continues its efforts tonight to provide you firsthand information regarding city lakes and lake-related issues such as flooding and lake fisheries. We understand the requirements you are under to update city floodplain regulations, but we urge your awareness of lake conditions as you consider making code changes. During your shoreline management program update process a few years ago, lake residents brought attention to flooding issues occurring on Phantom Lake. Our efforts in cooperation with the city resulted in simple but effective corrective action. Since then, flooding has not been a problem on that lake. During the SMP update, we informed the council about problems of recurrent flooding and persistent high water levels on Lake Sammamish. Understandably, while Lake Sammamish is a more complex situation than Phantom Lake, which is a water body entirely within the city, we have been patient regarding resolution of Lake Sammamish's flooding issues. Unfortunately, two things prompt an urgent need for your support. In February, a storm produced lake levels at heights not seen in decades, causing millions of dollars of damage and loss of access to the shore. We are now told by King County that increasing outflow from the lake, which would prevent future similar incidents, is not possible, claiming that doing so could cause flooding downstream. Continuing to use the lake as a detention pond is not acceptable, especially when city residents are assessed more than $6 million annually for flood protection from the county. The document we submit tonight continues our efforts to inform you and to gain your assistance to achieve both immediate as well as long-term relief from this situation. You will find 5 specific requests of the city, and there is an attachment to the document. And the final email this evening is from S.W. Thurston at the Bellevue Club. Dear council members, essential to support the development envisioned by the CAC for this district is the LUCA code that is appropriate to support this. Council approved guiding principles for staff to use downtown code for LUCA. The downtown code for OLB should be the starting point for LUCA for this area as it adjoins this district. Unfortunately, the planning department has referenced other areas as a basis of this code, and these areas do not reflect the special and unique character that was envisioned after an extensive public process of the CAC. We ask that the council again affirm the direction that was previously provided for LUCA. Each of the properties within the TOD is unique. Specifically, the 9-acre site the Bellevue Club is built upon was selected to support the special landmark facilities that supports the success of this community institution. Crucial to continued success is the necessity to preserve the property as private for the protection and benefit of continued membership support. While the club is part of the TOD, the connection of this property through and into with a public road through the entry of this property would eliminate the primary use of the property for members and guests. Dividing the property into smaller blocks, if any future development occurred, would preclude the practical and feasible use of this property to support additional parking and new resources the club could consider in the future. Public streets, by definition, have additional problems that are today filled with demonstrations and unrest. Roads open to serve the public as a part of private property support added protection, and we hope this will be appreciated. The significant changes in the world today provide unimagined obstacle as to the feasibility of any area. With this in mind, more flexibility and support will be required if this area is to be successful. WIG Properties has over the past couple of years, in the best interest of this district, has worked effectively with the city and members of the council to articulate viable solutions to support the success of their properties that serve as the placemaking event for this area. We ask that the council and the city listen and support these needs. The Bellevue Club, which is an anchor, provides a unique institution to this community. Any future development of this property will first and foremost consider the needs of the club. Protecting that and the ability to do more is essential. We wish to thank the council and staff for their consideration of the above. And that ends written communications for this evening.
Thank you, Charmaine. Good job. Okay, Councilmember Lee, would you like to speak to your recommendation for appointment to the Environmental Services Commission?
Yes, I'd like to, Madam Mayor. From a pool of 13 applicants and interviewing 5 finalists, I'm happy to recommend Kenneth Wen to fill a vacant position on the Environmental Services Commission. Ending May 31st, 2022, to fill the vacant position. I think I said that. So I'd like to make a motion to recommend Mr. Kenneth Wan to fill this open position.
Is there a second?
Second?
All those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? Good. Congratulations to Mr. Wan and to all of us for his appointment. That's wonderful. Okay, the next thing is something called 2020 Husky 100. And each year, the University of Washington recognizes 100 undergraduate and graduate students for their contributions and honors them as one of the Husky 100. Students are nominated by their peers, faculty, staff, and mentors as someone who has shown true passion, leadership, and dedication as a Husky. The criteria for this honor include demonstration of the following attributes: connect the dots by demonstrating an ability to find connections instead of boundaries, discover mindset through embracing innovation and novel ways of thinking, commitment to inclusive community and seeking to understand and engage with diverse communities and knowledge of different cultures, capacity for leadership demonstrated without need for formal role or title, and ready for what is next, being undeterred by the risk of failure. And so I was notified that we have 7 scholars from Bellevue who have received this award, and I wanted to read their names. We have Najma Aden, Kelly Yakovu, Savannah Yee, Lucas Chen, Madison Nickford, Parker Ruth, and Emily Flanagan. And I just wanted to offer all our congratulations to these Bellevue scholars. Okay, next up we have a consent calendar. Is there a motion to approve the consent calendar?
So moved?
All
Second.
those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? All right, that is approved. All right, next we have a public hearing. City Clerk, do you want to talk about how we run the public hearing?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. So this evening, public hearings are an opportunity for citizens to give their views to the City Council for consideration in their decision-making process. During tonight's hearing, speakers will be called on in the order which they have registered, and you will be allowed to speak for up to 3 minutes. If previous speakers have made the same point you wish to express, you can simply indicate your support of the comments. And at this point, we have 4 speakers who have registered, and if you just
Let me introduce what this is about.
sure.
It's a public hearing on ordinance number 6513, imposing an interim office control, setting reduced minimum parking standards in the land use code for certain housing developments located near frequent transit service, providing for servability, investing, and establishing an effective date. So we heard information on this last month, I believe, and we asked that staff bring it forward for a public hearing, and that's what we're doing tonight. And Charmaine, how many speakers do you have?
There are 4 signed up, but there is a short staff report.
Right, so let's go ahead and do that staff report first. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor Robinson, Deputy Mayor Newenhouse, and members of the City Council. We are here this evening for the required public hearing for the interim control ordinance that the Council passed on May 18th that amends the city's land use code, reducing the minimum parking requirements for multifamily housing projects that are located near frequent transit service. Tonight, Trisna Tanis from the Development Services Department will provide the staff report, and we're both here this evening to answer any questions that Council may have. Trisna?
Thank you, Mike. Good evening, Mayor, Deputy Mayor, Council members, City Manager Miyake. My name is Trisna Tanis. I'm the consulting attorney for Development Services. Tonight, as Mike And as Mike noted, on May 18th, Council had directed staff to begin developing permanent regulations on these while these interim measures are in place. We'll speak a little bit about the ordinance itself, which under the Growth Management Act has an effective duration of 6 months. And we will be talking about some upcoming steps, and then we'll turn it over back to Council to hold the public hearing. Next slide, please. So just a brief overview on the process of this interim official control. An ordinance was adopted on May 18th with direction to staff to begin developing permanent regulations. There is no notice or public hearing requirement prior to that adoption, but there is a public hearing that is required within 60 days of that adoption date. So tonight, of course, is that required public hearing. Next slide, please. Some of the components of the interim official control ordinance is that it imposed some interim measures that reduce the required minimum parking, 0.75 space per unit for affordable housing and market rate multifamily housing, and to only parking required for employees and visitors for housing for seniors and people with disabilities. And it's only when these housing developments are located within 1/4 mile of a transit stop with frequent service. Frequent service means at least 2 times per hour for 12 hours in a day for affordable housing, and 4 times per hour for 12 hours in a day for market rate multifamily housing and housing for seniors and housing for people with disabilities. Next slide, please. You may recall seeing this map in the May meeting. This map shows eligible or potentially eligible locations based on proximity of a transit stop with frequent service. We noted at that time that this map will be updated at least annually, though the responsibility to provide documentation of current eligibility rests with the applicant. So the yellow highlighted portions are those locations eligible for affordable housing, and then the green are eligible for affordable housing as well as the other housing types. Next slide, please. Some additional components of the interim official control is that an applicant may still choose to provide additional parking beyond the minimum standards. There are already some parking minimums in the land use code for certain land use districts and housing types that are already lower than the interim minimums. So the ordinance would not affect those lower parking standards. And the ordinance also, it does include vesting to the interim standards for complete land use applications submitted or under review during the effective duration of the interim. This vesting provision is intended to provide certainty and predictability for projects in the planning and review stages. Next slide, please. Just some policy basis for the ordinance as a kind of summary of what was discussed in the May 18th meeting. The interim official control is responding specifically to the affordable housing strategy, which was adopted in 2017. Specifically, strategy B1 to encourage apartments around light rail stations through actions such as reduced parking, and strategy C5, which is to reduce costs of building affordable housing through code amendments and reduce parking and other measures. The ordinance also responds to the COVID-19 emergency, which has slowed and delayed affordable housing and general housing construction. And the ordinance conforms the land use code minimum parking standards to state requirements in RCW 3670A-620 by the June 11th required effective date of that House bill. And as discussed in the staff report, the interim official control also aligns well with a number of comprehensive plan policies and goals. Some of those specifics are in the staff report. Next slide, please. Some additional basis for the ordinance. In addition to meeting those various policies and goals, the ordinance is based on the intent to adjust parking requirements based on demonstrated needs of proposed and built projects. We are seeing developers propose and or build developments successfully with the right size parking, either allowed in the code or through a parking study. And we are also aligning with more recently adopted standards in similar more transit-oriented districts such as Bellevue and Eastgate TOD, where those parking minimums are already at the 0.75 spaces per unit. Next slide, please. So in terms of upcoming steps following tonight, obviously holding the public hearing for ordinance 6513, and we are asking council to direct for the Planning Commission to process the permanent land use code amendment. Staff is continuing to commence substantive work to develop the permanent land use code amendment. We are engaging stakeholders and the community, as well as reviewing and researching related studies for parking information and what is that right-sized parking. What is part of our work to draft permanent regulations. We have heard of requests to, in terms of what the spectrum of parking minimum should be, whether or not 0.75 space per unit may not be low enough, to a spectrum of whether or not this reduced minimum may be too impactful to neighboring properties. So we are engaging to make sure that our recommendation would be properly based. We have also heard requests to modify the parking study route, which is available in certain land use districts, so that decision may be issued sooner. We want to look at this to make sure, again, that our recommendation on whether this more procedural amendment should be part of the permanent land use code amendment for this one, or perhaps its own amendment. With all of these options and policy choices, we plan to review and perform analysis so that we can provide our recommendations for consideration. Next slide, please. So lastly, again, tonight we are asking for council to hold the public hearing required for ordinance number 6513, and following the public hearing to direct the Planning Commission to process the permanent land use code amendment. Next slide.
Thank you.
That concludes staff's presentation on this, and we're here to answer any questions prior or after the public hearing.
Okay, thank you, Trisna. So we are going to pause and give the council members a chance to ask staff any questions they may have. Then we'll listen to the public testimony, and then we'll have an opportunity to discuss and decide on what action we're going to take. So let's try to limit this first one just to questions to staff right now. We're going to go in order. Councilmember Robertson, Councilmember Barksdale, Councilmember Lee, Councilmember Zahn, Deputy Mayor Neuenhuis, Councilmember Stokes, and then me. And if we can keep our questions down to 3 minutes and hopefully the answers as well, that would be great. And if we need to go around a second time, we'll do it. So Councilmember Robertson, would you like to begin?
Thank you, Mayor. I don't really have any questions about the interim control, because we already passed that, and we're waiting to hear from the public tonight, which I'm looking forward to, as well as sending that to the Planning Commission to craft permanent regulations. But I wanted to ask a question about the parking study issue, because this has come up a number of times, so I appreciate staff raising it. I know that we have talked about the ability of developers to put in a parking study and to ask for the reduced parking based on their project earlier in the process, so before they spend 6 or 7 figures on plans where they may not end up being able to build it because the parking study has not been accepted by staff, to see how we could get that done. And I know that one idea is to put something in the code to allow an earlier decision on that. But I thought we also had an option to have the staff do rulemaking to allow that to be put in earlier as part of the entitlement packages. So I know you said we're going to be talking about that later, but are those the two options that you're going to be looking at? And when will you want council's, if it's not a rulemaking situation, when will you want council's input on that? Before it goes to the Planning Commission? Or how are we going to make sure the Planning Commission can look at that if that's going to be something in the land use code?
I think this is Mike. So I think the question, Trisna, I think did a good job of kind of laying out some of the other factors that are being considered. And Councilmember Robertson, you're raising an issue that we have heard about. It's related to what's called the departure process that is part of the land use entitlement, where an applicant can conduct a study specific to their project and recommend as part of their application materials a parking level that's less than the minimum required in the code as a prescriptive requirement. And part of the challenge is that as the departure process decision is part of the entitlement decision, so the certainty doesn't happen until the director's decision is published at the end of the process. And so trying to find a path where that certainty can happen sooner in the process, so as you described, they're not going through a bunch of design work that then may have to get undone because the parking requirement is held at a higher requirement than they had initially designed for. So it's, I think it's a procedural issue that we are looking at in a couple of levels. If you want that to be part of the consideration in front of the Planning Commission as far as earlier determination on the essentially the departure process for parking minimums, we can certainly, the council could certainly add that as part of the direction to the Planning Commission. The departure process in its entirety, which is a relatively new thing, particularly in the downtown livability, is something that we're looking at for not just parking, but for other departure issues that have become a little challenging as we've gone through working with that new code. So a quick summary is yes, absolutely, we could make that part of the consideration if council would like.
Okay, great. Thank you. So that if we, after we hold the public hearing, if we decide to give direction to send this to the Planning Commission, we can include that piece of work in the referral, correct?
That's correct.
Excellent. Thank you so much.
Okay. Councilmember Barksdale.
Thank you. I just actually had a quick process question. Because we're doing the public hearing on the interim official control when it comes to the Planning Commission, we'll still go through the same process that we go for any land use code amendment, where it's we'll still have a public hearing there as well. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Lee. I don't hear you. There you go.
Thank you. Okay. My question is, with this COVID-19, that has changed a lot of things for us. So I'm just wondering if we had some idea of maybe some background, some anticipation. What if, when we have the public hearing, when we do some further look at the future, how that might affect the conclusion we've made so far?
So I think that's a good question. I think the impacts from COVID-19 and a lot of things related to the future of development are raising questions that are being discussed, I think, with the development community and clearly with us. How it might affect parking demand in the future is hard to quantify, I guess, because obviously there's still a lot of uncertainty on what the impact will be. But as we continue to develop the permanent regulations, we'll take the best available information to help make the recommendation that comes back through the Planning Commission to the council on the information that supports that recommendation.
Thank you. I just want to be sure that we are well positioned. Thanks. Good work.
Councilmember Zahn.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I appreciate the further review of the process and the timing of the decision related to the departure process. I think that is going to be really important. I do have two questions. One is, you mentioned in the presentation that there are areas currently where we have lower parking standards. So I was curious about where that is. And then my other question is, I believe that we have gotten an email about the quarter-mile radius to frequent transit network, and whether we would consider expanding beyond the quarter mile to a half a mile. So can you comment on the proximity and why the quarter mile was chosen? My two questions.
Trisna, do you want to take that question?
Sure. So the question about the quarter mile or the proximity to that, we utilize the state legislation on that. So the RCW defines what frequent transit service means under state statute, and that's a quarter mile distance from frequent transit service stop. And we use the same, we recommended the same definition as part of the interim official control. Certainly that is something that could be looked at, whether or not it makes more sense for the city to have a larger proximity, such as a half mile distance. That is something that we can look at as part of the development of the permanent regulations. In terms of your other question on timing on departures, I think that's again something that we would certainly want to look at as part of the code development, if that's what council wishes us to do.
No, my second question was about where we already had lower parking standards.
Yes, of course. So in one of the slides that we have in there, I believe Bell Red is one where we have some lower parking standards for affordable housing, and also downtown residential does not require any parking except for visitor parkings in DT 1, I believe. So there are a limited number of land use districts that does allow for lower parking than the 0.75.
Thank you.
Deputy Mayor Newhouse.
Thank you, Mayor, and Trisna, Mike. Thanks for the quick refresher tonight. Happy to move this along to the Planning Commission, and certainly for them to vet this even further. But I was just looking at the a report from 2 years ago that Amazon reported that 50% of their employees did not own cars. And again, that was 2 years ago. So with the influx of about 15,000 employees, we're looking at this certainly at the right time, if not a little bit late, but we're going to get there for sure. So one quick question for you, Trisna, on your quick timeline there, I did not, if I heard you correctly, I did not hear you say when this would go before the EBCC. I'm assuming you would still need to. When does that fit into that timeline?
Yes, we had our hearing with the EBCC on just a number of days ago on June 30th.
Okay.
We did approve the interim official control. We will, of course, go through the same process for the development of the permanent regulations, including if it gets to that point, doing a courtesy public hearing with them, and then should an ordinance is adopted, and doing an approval, disapproval hearing after.
Okay, great. Thank you so much.
Okay, Councilmember Stokes.
Yeah, thank you very much for the presentation and bringing this forward. It's something we've been talking about for 3 years now, and we've been working on it. I don't have any other questions. Some very good questions asked already, and I'm looking forward to the hearing and then our discussion and putting this in place. Thank you.
And I will say that I agree with Councilmember Zahn in looking at the mile radius to be half a mile as opposed to the 0.25. So Trisna, is that something we could direct the Planning Commission to examine after they get this?
Yes.
Okay, so that's something else. Okay, great. So with that, we're going to go ahead and take a motion to open the public hearing.
I move to open the public hearing.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Okay, we'll open the public hearing, and Charmaine, go ahead and call on the speakers, please.
Great, and as I said earlier, we have 4 speakers this evening. I will get the timer up and ready. The first speaker is Scott Shapiro. And Mr. Shapiro, can you hear me?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Great. Yes, we can. Thank you. Your time starts now.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor and Council, for moving this ordinance forward. I think it's a step in the right direction to create more housing, more affordable housing, and having it occur quicker than it would normally be allowed. So I have two comments which I put in my written statement, which is first, to expand the area beyond 0.25 miles. Usually, as I mentioned, that the distance is often a half a mile or 1 kilometer that people use for are willing to walk. So I expand that to half a mile. Second of all, I think it would be helpful, very helpful, and I can talk just about the project we want to do on Bellevue Road, to be able to give developers flexibility to create housing with no parking required. There are certain projects based on the size of the land, other impediments, like we have a stream, that inhibit the use, inhibit the development of projects. So to create a parking requirement would result in either no project happening or a project happening that has fewer units, and the units that are there are going to be more expensive. So, and I think, you know, giving us the flexibility to create and meet a market demand for people who don't require parking, who don't want parking, don't want to pay for it, to have that flexibility would be helpful. And particularly now in this era that we talk about equity inclusion, to require parking again makes fewer units and what units are made more expensive. And again, that doesn't allow people who don't have the resources, who don't need a car, who don't want to pay for parking, that as part of their project, to be able to have a project that doesn't have that requirement allows us to create more housing, more affordable housing, more workforce housing, and have that occur quicker. So I just want the council to consider a path that allows a developer to create a project without parking and have that certainty, have that certainty occur within the very early part of the development process, so as not to expend too much time or costs in trying to create that much needed product. So a parking study can be done to show that this product type will work, which has worked in areas both in our region and around the country and even around the world, where parking is not required around transit, frequent transit areas, such as light rail systems that are being put in. So again, I'm happy to be a resource and discuss the project we want to do, and I know other people would do projects like that. So again, please consider creating a path, not just downtown, but in other high frequent transit areas to allow no parking required if it's within a half a mile of frequent transit, such as a light rail station. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Shapiro.
Okay, we will go back. The second speaker this evening is Thaddeus Gregory. Mr. Gregory, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Excellent. Your time begins now.
Excellent. Good evening, Mayor Robinson, Deputy Mayor Newhouse, and Bellevue City Council members. Thank you for your time. My name is Thaddeus Gregory, and I'm a land use attorney with Hills, Clark, Martin, and Peterson. I'm here this evening on behalf of NIAP Washington to highlight a few aspects of a recent letter that NIAP sent this group regarding Ordinance 6513. NIAP Washington strongly supports Ordinance 6513 in its effect to reduce minimum parking standards for housing near transit. This action will help produce housing that is more affordable for Bellevue residents, while additionally incentivizing reductions in single occupant vehicles, which will result in less traffic and less pollution. While NIAP Washington strongly supports this ordinance, following this public hearing tonight, we urge the council to direct staff to draft final legislation that would include several key changes. First, we know that there is already a lower minimum parking requirement of 0.25 stalls per unit for households earning 60% area median income. We ask that this lower parking ratio be extended to all affordable housing units near frequent transit service, rather than the higher proposed 5 stalls per unit ratio. Furthermore, we ask that the code be adjusted to extend this lower minimum parking ratio to any unit provided at less than 80% area median income match other incentive provisions for affordable housing provided by Bellevue, and create a more harmonious reading of the land use code. Second, the downtown land use code requires visitor parking at a rate of 1 stall per 20 residential units, which would increase the effective rate of the reduced parking ratio to 8 stalls per unit. We note that State House Bill 2343 limits required minimum spaces to 0.75 stalls per affordable housing unit. Accordingly, we ask that this visitor parking requirement be removed, or that the reduced parking ratio be further reduced to 0.7 stalls per unit downtown to account for the visitor parking requirement. Third and last, we ask that the council also reduce the minimum parking ratios for office uses in frequent transit areas to a minimum of 1.5 stalls per 1,000 net square feet. Bellevue's 2013 downtown commuter parking assessment concluded that there is a correlation between parking supply and single occupancy vehicle trips, and that reduced parking ratios were needed to support a 65% non-single occupancy vehicle mode share downtown. However, these parking ratios were not reduced during the downtown livability upzone. Reductions are needed for Bellevue to meet its 2035 downtown and citywide targets. At present, studies of existing buildings show that existing parking is underutilized, with average demand of 1.46 stalls per 1,000 net feet in downtown Bellevue. Furthermore, with the advent of the new light rail system, we anticipate that this demand will be even less. We thank you for your support of Ordinance 6513, and we ask you to direct staff to proceed with final legislation with these suggested amendments to reduce affordable housing costs. NIAPWA is happy to assist in these efforts. Please do not hesitate to contact NIAPWA Executive Director Peggy Lewis-Fu if we can help in any way. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. The third speaker this evening is Jane Broom. Let me find Ms. Broom on the list. Ms. Broom, can you hear me?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
We can. Thank you very much. Your time begins now.
Great. Thank you. Good evening, council members and mayor. Thank you for this opportunity. My name's Jane Broom, and I manage Microsoft's Affordable Housing Initiative that I think you all are well aware of. Since we've announced that initiative over 18 months ago, we've continued to work closely with the Bellevue Mayor, the City Council, and the city leadership around implementation of its 2017 Affordable Housing Strategy and ways the city must go further. Data from our continued collaboration with Zillow shows the gap of approximately 34,000 middle and low-income affordable housing units in Bellevue in late 2019. It does not take into account the staggering impact COVID-19 will have on housing supply and affordability. Simply put, those struggling to find housing they can afford need our help now more than ever. And with this in mind, and as the City of Bellevue's largest employer, we applaud the council's emergency action this spring to pass Ordinance 6513, reducing parking requirements for multifamily buildings near transit and frequent transit service reduces housing production costs. Keep going. Let's do more. Let's do more together. This is just the tip of the iceberg, and the impacts of COVID-19 will continue to deepen the affordability divide in Bellevue and across King County for years to come. We must continue to put housing affordability and supply at the top of our collective policy work in Bellevue for the foreseeable future. We look forward to continuing this work together to advance this mission. Thank you so much for your attention to this matter, and thank you for the opportunity to provide these comments. Have a good evening.
Thank you, Ms. Broom.
Thank you.
And the final speaker this evening, we can navigate back, is Kevin Wallace. Mr. Wallace, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Welcome. Your time starts now.
Okay, well, thank you. It's a great honor to get to talk to the 7 of you tonight. And I feel bad for you having to sit in the council chambers on such a lovely evening. But also, we should keep in mind that you are a group of the only 7 elected officials for the greatest city in the world. So I guess there's an opportunity there, and it makes it worth sitting inside on a sunny summer night. I'm here on behalf of the Chamber's Policy Council, which you received the letter, and the representatives of the Policy Council are on the banner of the letterhead. Includes some of the largest developers of affordable housing and also some of our largest employers in the city. The Plush Committee, which is Land Use and Sustainability and Housing, has gotten together and developed policies to promote affordable housing. The number one policy is parking. And because there's such an extreme cost to parking, it's really critically important to right size it. We're not saying permit too little, we're saying don't require too much. And that's why we fully support Ordinance 6513. We also ask you to consider, again, 3 things. One is, as Naya pointed out, the visitor parking requirement in downtown creates an extra half, or it's a 0.8 ratio instead of a 0.75 ratio. And this is different than any other zone in the city and really doesn't make sense if you compare it with the other zones like Bellevue that are also transit oriented. And I think a reminder for the community, that's what we're talking about here, is just transit oriented project sites here, which are fully supported by the transportation engineering manuals, all the data that we have that says how much parking should be required. So number 2 is what Councilmember Robertson was talking about. We would like you to take a look at enabling these engineering studies to go forward and be approved sooner, so that if you can demonstrate that your specific project doesn't require as much parking as the tables mandate, that you can get that approval before you have to spend, as Councilmember Robertson said, 6 or 7 figures on a project in the hope of getting permission for something where if you don't get it, the project's not viable. And then finally, we'd like you to encourage the city to take a look at the tables themselves, and also including what NAYAP was talking about, Thaddeus was talking about with respect to the office ratios, and really all the use ratios as we're getting more into the transit or the light rail era of the city. Looking at downtown and Bellevue and these areas, the parking code ratios are way too high and don't make a lot of sense, and are driving up the cost of producing housing and office and just growing in general. So thank you for considering my comments. I hope you read the letter, and I hope you have a nice evening, and thanks for what you do.
Thank you, Mr. Wallace. Nice to see you again.
Your pictures look lovely.
Okay, Charmaine, is that all of the speakers that we have?
That is the end of the speakers list. However, I would like to point out that the council has received a number of written comments related to tonight's public hearing, and those have been given to the council in your desk packet. They're also located in the council ad inbox.
Okay, thank you very much. So Deputy Mayor, would you like to close the public hearing?
To close the public hearing.
Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, so we've moved to close the public hearing. So now we're going to go through the list again and give you an opportunity to talk about what the motion should be for the planning, if we should move it to the planning commission, and if so, what the direction should be for that. So again, we'll start with Council Member Robertson, and we'll go Barksdale, Lee, Zahn, Neuenhouse, Stokes, and then me. So Council Member Robertson, would you like to begin?
Thank you. As I stated prior to the public hearing, I am supportive of sending this to the Planning Commission. I would like the Planning Commission to study it, including all of the questions. Hopefully staff can put together a report that includes the discussion we had the night we adopted the interim control. There was a list of items that I had that I wanted to have as part of the study, as well as looking at how to make sure that we can get the departure earlier in the process. And I also would like to have the issue of downtown with the visitor parking and making sure that really it's more about making sure that the tables and the numbers are right size, that the distance from high capacity transit is the right distance, and the percentage is percentage of stalls is the right size. So I know that the Planning Commission is eager to do some work, and they will look at this in depth, and hopefully we can take all of that into account. I also think that we should look at what, if any, the COVID, and it may be too soon to tell, will have on the effect of people driving, because it's really decimated the transit ridership. Hopefully that will bounce back in another 6 months or so, but that could have an impact, and whether that is something that can be factored in. I hope that more and more of the people will be using transit to get to work, as well as around town. So I'm in favor of that, and when everyone's had a chance to talk, would absolutely support a motion to send it to the Planning Commission with those additional work items added. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Barksdale.
Hey, thank you. So I also support sending it to the Planning Commission, as you can imagine, and look forward to bringing the considerations that the rest of the council has. So look forward to the rest of the comments as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Lee.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. Yeah, this is a very important issue. Parking, it has been something that we have meant to look at for a long time. And this obviously is important to our housing supply, affordable and otherwise. And I just definitely want to, forward to Planning Commission. I suppose that. The only caveat I have is making sure, like it's been said, to be right size and all that. However, one of the things that has been introduced, thrown into this mix is COVID-19. And I believe that we don't know what it's going to be, obviously. And none of us, I don't want to be second guessing what's going to be. That's the reason why I think we need to be prepared. We need to be thinking about it. We need to be flexible, nimble. And if we look at things, whether it's short-term or long-term, and I believe it's more likely to be longer than we want. So we need to be prepared and talk about how this, Planning Commission are looking at is going to be thorough, and it's going to cover the things that we don't know, but we need to be aware of it. So I'm definitely supportive of sending it to Planning Commission. Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Zahn.
Yes, thank you. I also support sending this to the Planning Commission. The right sizing parking is so important because our housing affordability is key, and not building infrastructure that we don't use. I look forward to looking at what the radius and proximity is, if a half a mile or a kilometer makes sense, because people are willing to walk that far to transit. I think we need to look at that. I also agree that we should also be looking at what the requirements are for parking for offices as well. I guess one of my questions, and I don't know if the Planning Commission will look at this, is I keep hearing that there are available stalls that have been built that are not being used. So if there is an MOU for using some of those vacant stalls that are already available, is that a basis for reducing the requirement for parking? Or is that something that can be looked at?
So a quick response. So the code does allow for shared parking agreements. So it's very project specific. So that path already exists in the code, but it is, you got to have a high level of certainty that the projects that are relying on each other, or the properties that are relying on each other, are going to be there for the long term, so that you don't end up with a significant shortfall if somebody redevelops. But again, through parking agreements or shared parking agreements, that option exists in the code now for some uses.
And is that early in the process then, so that the design is moving forward based on a reduced amount of parking?
Yeah, so that would be part of the development review process. Again, that would be a part of the decision, the ultimate decision on the entitlement. So it would be, again, one of those kind of front end challenges to try to get that parking certainty or parking solution certainty. So that is something that we would need to take a look at, how that particular mechanism works when we were talking about the departure process.
Okay, well, I think that would be an important piece to look at, how that's working and whether it's working, and really to maybe promote more of that shared parking if possible. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Deputy Mayor Newhouse.
Yeah, not really too much more to add than what my colleagues have already mentioned. I'm happy to move this forward to the Planning Commission. However, one quick question, either for Mike or Trisna, on the review of the downtown parking requirements. If I remember, this came up previously, and Mike, does it make sense to roll that into this review, or was there another amendment that we're looking at to kind of clean up that language a little bit or clean that up? I'm just wondering from a process standpoint, which is quicker and faster for that particular aspect of parking.
You mean the visitor parking requirement?
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, that would be something we would consider as part of the parking minimum requirements for multifamily. So we would consider that as part of this amendment.
As part of this, okay, great.
Councilmember Stokes.
Yeah, I'm really excited about this. So anything we can do to increase affordable housing is up there at the top priority in my book. Also appreciate having very informed and persistent advocates for affordable housing and for finding things like this, solutions that maybe people wouldn't think about, but that will have some significant impact on more affordable housing. And I know we've talked to several of the speakers over the years about this. And again, it also is great. I feel good about Bellevue taking one more step to make a difference, and hope this is just one step and we have a lot more to go, but this will be very, very important. I know it's in the time of this uncertainty, who knows what's going to happen and how things are going to appear in the future, but I think realistically, this is a step to take now, and we can put it in place. And I would like to see looking at up to the half mile. That's, I think, something good. And all the suggestions made. So the main thing is, let's get it to the Planning Commission and have it done on a good schedule and get it back as quickly as possible and put it to work. So thank you.
Thank you. So I have two things I'd like the Planning Commission to think about. And one is just how to incentivize affordable housing even more than what we're doing with just putting this in. So just to have that lens on there to try to create incentives. So, I mean, maybe increasing the radius for the TOD would be based on whether you're providing any affordable housing or not, just something to think about. And then with the visitor parking, I understand the challenge there, but really it's very hard to visit people who live downtown when there isn't visitor parking. But I know that most visits occur after hours. And so I know the BDA had talked about, working with the banks to allow visitor parking in the banks at night for free. And it would just be great if there was also some look at, well, if people can't park right at the place they're visiting, is there in walking distance a alternate place for free parking? So if they can consider that as well, I'd appreciate it. Those are my only two comments. Do you have any thoughts on that, either Mike or Trisna?
So the first, the visitor parking, you're right. We hear complaints about that as well, about lack of visitor parking for some multifamily residential. The question, the comments about right sizing the parking for the use, I think is really the big picture of thinking about for not only the residents, but for people who come to the building. How do we make sure that the parking that is provided overall is done in a way that it meets the demand? No matter what it is, because a lot of these multifamily projects also have retail incorporated into the structure. So there's a lot of kind of moving parts, but this notion of right sizing the parking for the demand and ensuring that the way we set the minimums addresses that, I think is important. The question of alternative parking locations provided offsite, that's a little trickier to deal with, because that requires changing in the regulations that would require like a shared parking arrangement. So that one might be a little bit of a tough nut to crack within the scope of what we're talking about here to get this reduced minimum parking amendment in place in the permanent regulations. But we can certainly kind of put that on the table as part of the discussion as we're thinking about right sizing options, and are there other creative solutions that are viable to accomplish that result.
Thank you. And then I also talked about looking through the lens of affordable housing incentive.
Yeah, so again, I think a lot of the things we're doing now are kind of looking through that lens of how do we, based on council policy direction and the affordable housing strategy that's been adopted, how do we find new ways to incentivize or advance the affordable housing construction within the city. So if there are some aspects here that kind of play toward that outcome, certainly we can do that. Again, that's for this kind of narrow scope of code amendment. We might be limited in what we can do there, but again, we can certainly commit to putting that lens on this, and are there some things, and talking to the planning commission about that.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Okay, so Charmaine, if you could just open everybody's mic, and I want to make sure nobody has any more comments or questions.
Everyone is open at this point.
So hearing none, I will ask Deputy Mayor to make a motion.
Okay, I think I captured everyone's interest on this. So I move to direct the Planning Commission to process a permanent land use code amendment setting reduced minimum parking standards for certain housing developments located near frequent transit service, while examining the departure process for parking requirements based on traffic studies, and also examine the 0.25 versus 0.5 radius definition for TOD, and review the downtown visitor parking requirements and additional incentives for developers of affordable housing in TOD areas.
Second.
Great. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Terrific. Thank you very
Mayor,
much.
did we include the issue of the early departure?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes,
great.
that was
Just
in it.
checking. Sorry. Thanks.
That's okay.
I got interrupted. I didn't hear it. Thank you.
No worries.
So good job, Deputy Mayor. Okay, so now we're going to move on to our study session item. Mr. Miyake, would you like to introduce?
Sure, thank you, Mayor. We have two study session items in front of the council this evening. The first one is the Bellevue Economic Development Plan. This is the seventh of 9 discussions with planned discussions with the council regarding the updates to the city's economic development plan. In July of last year, council approved 8 objectives for an economic development plan update, and tonight's discussion will focus on the draft strategies and tactics recommended for COVID-19 recovery. We are looking for direction from the council. We're looking for council's feedback on the recommended strategies and tactics, and direction to prepare a full draft of the economic development plan that includes additional details on implementation and incorporates council feedback from this evening. And that plan, we're looking for direction to bring that plan, I believe, back in September. With that, joining us this evening is Jesse Canedo, our Chief Economic Development Officer, Philly Marsh, our Economic Development Manager, both of them from the Community Development Department. Also joining us is Tony De Lacy, consultant from Ernst & Young. With that, I'm going to turn the floor over to Jesse to kick off the presentation. Jesse.
Thank you, City Manager Miyake. Good evening, Mayor, Deputy Mayor, and members of council. It's very nice to be virtually with you tonight. We are very excited to be with you after the previous 4-month hiatus on the economic development plan. As the City Manager mentioned, we were last in front of council on February 24th to present drafts of the high-level strategies. And we were ready to present the full draft plan to you on March 23rd. However, due to the arrival of COVID-19 and the ensuing economic roller coaster, we paused work on the plan to focus on business engagement and relief work. Over the past 4 months, we have dedicated our time to numerous efforts to support our Main Street businesses, our large employers, and our creative organizations to help them mitigate impacts and adapt to the new normal. The wonderful consulting team at Avalanche have been with us along the way. In that time, they've also had some reasons to celebrate. Avalanche was acquired by EY, formerly Ernst & Young, a few months ago. So they are now part of the global financial services and consulting firm. So thanks to that, Bellevue has benefited from their global network of analysts and consultants and their dedication to being a fantastic partner with the city of Bellevue. Their world-class thinking has really helped us understand what is going on globally and what best practices are being developed. So we're really excited to talk with you tonight about how we're integrating that learning into the new economic development plan for Bellevue. So as the city manager mentioned, tonight we have two asks for the council. First, we would like your feedback on the implementation tactics that we will be presenting tonight. And second, if the council feels we're moving in the right direction, we'd like instruction to return in September with a fully drafted plan for your review that would keep us on course for a final adoption in November. Next slide, please. We have a very full agenda for tonight, and we'll do our best to keep it in bite-sized chunks. We'll start with the overall project status to refresh the council on where we've been and where we are today. We'll briefly review the objectives the council approved last summer. Tony from EY will dive into some of the national and global impacts of COVID-19. We'll provide a recommendation on how to measure progress during what we're calling the recovery period. Then we'll discuss some of the work already underway, and that will tee us up to present our recommended implementation tactics. We'll also discuss our recommendation for a two-phase implementation. We still expect this to be a 5-year plan, but because many of the variables, and unknowns that are in the ecosystem at the moment, we see phase 1 as being a recovery period lasting about 18 to 24 months, and phase 2 being the growth period that would span the remaining 3 years. We're in very interesting times, and we could talk at length about many of these issues, but again, we're going to try to chop it up into bite-sized chunks for tonight. We will be happy to take additional questions that we aren't able to answer and do a follow-up with the council if that's needed. Next slide, please.
While the original plan was to recommend a complete ED plan for adoption in Q2 of this year, unfortunately, responding to the impacts of COVID took our full attention over the past few months. We have incorporated our learned experience and findings in responding to COVID into the tactics we'll present tonight, and our updated timeline is a recommendation to return in September with a draft plan. Next slide, please. Based on the council-approved objectives, the focus areas of this plan include capacity building and partnerships, workforce development, small business and entrepreneurship, retail, creative economy, and tourism. The plan is also going to be chapter-based, which will make it easier to update as needed in the future. With our consultant, we went back and re-examined all of the focus area strategies previously developed and reaffirmed that they are valid and necessary to rise out of COVID and continue our economic health and growth trajectory. And with that, I'm happy to turn it over to Tony DeLisi, Senior Manager at EY, to speak to the impacts of COVID-19.
Thank you, Philly. Hello, City Council. It's nice to be speaking with you again. If we could see the next slide, please. A lot has changed since I saw you last. Particularly, Avalanche was purchased and brought into EY, but also obviously this global pandemic. We actually started at EY on March 23rd when we were supposed to be with you presenting the strategy. It was also the first day of stay-at-home orders here in Austin. So we've really spent the last few months deeply involved in understanding the impacts and the opportunities of this pandemic. Next slide, please. So we truly believe that, that's the right, can we go back a slide? Sorry. There we go. We truly believe that while devastating to many individuals, businesses, entire communities, this pandemic is also creating opportunities for communities to emerge stronger, more resilient, and more inclusive than before. When we were at Avalanche, we had extensive experience dealing with natural disasters in other communities. We were working in Sonoma County, California, right when their wildfires hit, and actually worked to pivot that strategy that we were developing to really focus on how they recover and emerge from that, as well as experience in the Front Range of Colorado after floods, and Texas communities after other fires, and many more. Now at EY, as Jesse mentioned, we're drawing from our global team of subject matter specialists across many different fields, from real estate to health and workforce safety, workplace safety. And in all of our conversations and really digging into the nature of this pandemic around the world, what it's doing to economies, we've discovered that, like other disasters, COVID-19 more often is exacerbating existing challenges versus creating entirely new ones. And in some ways, this really makes Bellevue fortunate to be finishing this strategic plan right when we are, and digging into these community challenges and opportunities at this moment. When we started this plan, we were asked to think about the future of economic development and how to best position Bellevue for that future. Showing that foresight and planning for the future is a common description that we really hear about Bellevue in the process of helping develop this new plan. And this is really another example of the city showing that foresight. And through this effort of thinking about the future needs and the challenges today, the city is well positioned to both continue addressing critical community needs at this moment, but also to build on new opportunities and to emerge from this pandemic with a more resilient and stronger economy than before. This can already be seen in what the community has been doing and the creative actions the city and its partners have been taking to collaboratively address COVID-19 needs across the community, including what really is a national leading practice in the restructuring of Restart Up 425, following other guidance to allow curbside restaurant pickups, launching a buy local campaign, and many more. Later in this presentation, we're going to dive into some of the more specific impacts and challenges in each of the focus areas. But it's really tremendous that we've begun digging into these and developing those strategies, and they've only become more urgent and important as we've begun to address these COVID needs. Next slide, please. So in Bellevue, we'd already done a lot of discovery and understanding around the topic areas that were identified by council, and we're seeing those already come to fruition. Capacity building and partnerships was a big topic that we had to address, and it's proved incredibly necessary in addressing these challenges of COVID, which go across sectors and delve into things that both the public and the private sector need to be addressing. Workforce development was also a highlighted focus area by council, and we're seeing unemployment rate reach 10.5% in the city of Bellevue in April. A lot of that unemployment is made up in retail and trade areas. And so that need to focus on workforce development is not new, but is only further intensified. Similarly, small businesses across the country have been significantly impacted by this pandemic. And it's sector dependent, but really understanding those different needs and of the 51% of businesses in Eastern King County and what they need to survive this moment, but also come out of it and continue to grow and starting new small businesses. Retail was another focus area, and as all of you probably know, was likely the greatest, hardest hit sector in the country, if not the world, by this pandemic. And the stay-at-home order is forcing many retailers to come up with entirely new business models to stay alive. Another very hard-hit area, the creative economy. Social distancing was and will continue to be a major challenge for all creative economy businesses, and finding new ways to support them, and again, to develop new models for the future will be so important. And lastly, particularly looking at tourism, with myself sitting at home here in Austin and not being able to be with you at this moment, a prime example of how much visitorship has dropped in international, national travel, and what we need to be doing to support and grow that sector into the future. Next slide.
Jesse, did you want to speak to this one, or should I? So through the pandemic, we've been doing some outreach to both major employers in the city as well as outreach across sectors to many of our small businesses. We actually, through thanks to our neighborhoods team as well as the Parks Department, were able to do outbound phone calls to over 750 small businesses in Bellevue to collect feedback on how they're being impacted and provide information on resources. Additionally, we've partnered with our partner organizations in neighborhood cities to information share as well as regional entities to really understand what the impacts are and how our different businesses are being impacted and what those needs are. Additionally, we've participated in a regional business survey to inform our response to COVID. Next slide, please. With this, I'll turn it over to Tony.
Just gonna hold on for 1 second. Mr. DeLisi, don't mute unless you absolutely have to, because then I'll have to unmute you. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I just noticed that. I wasn't aware. Thank you. Yeah, I appreciate this one. You know, we were already working with city staff and others to identify the metrics for the strategy overall. And we always believe what's measured matters. And so we have a great list of metrics to measure all the different focus areas and how the city can be tracking progress. But in this moment of recovery, it's even more important to figure out what we can be paying attention to understand where we are in recovery and when we've emerged from that. And it's important to note that the economic situation remains incredibly fluid. I'm sitting in Texas today. As we know, we reopened a little too quickly, many would say, and we're now seeing the spike in cases and what is likely to be a new economic slowdown here. And so not knowing what the future holds at the moment, it's really important to diligently monitor the situation. Earlier, I heard Councilmember Lee mention the need to be flexible and nimble. And that's ever so true with the economy today. We don't know precisely what is going to happen next. Conditions will continue to change. And until we discover what the new normal is, I like to say that there will be new normals, plural. And the best we can do here is really be focused on paying attention to what's changing. It's important to note that nationally, we lost 10 years worth of jobs in 1 month this year. And economists are currently predicting a 2 to 3 year recovery in Bellevue, which is terrific and speaks to the strength of the local economy, especially in professional services, software, and other areas. But measuring recovery should be focused less on achieving a total pre-COVID number of jobs or other level versus attaining that consistent growth, consistent activity, and knowing that we're really getting on a path out of the pandemic. It's also important to note that the data lags behind the current moment. Getting local job numbers will always be a few months late. And so we can't always know the immediate impacts, especially on a city. So for the purposes of this plan, we want to proactively know when we're heading in the right direction so that the city can begin to tee up and shift gears into growth-related strategies. And part of that will be comparing these KPIs to regional and benchmark cities, closely monitoring them to see positive trends. And really, when the majority of these have been trending positive for a 6 to 9 month period, and you can say we regained more than 70% of those pre-COVID losses, that will help us know that we're really in the area where we can begin to focus more on the growth strategies versus recovery strategies. And for these purposes, we'll really be looking at those key KPIs around the unemployment rate, job growth rate, sales tax, admission tax, the number of new businesses or businesses participating with Startup 425, new business starts, visitors picking up, and really building permit applications to see that pipeline of activity is rebounding. And lastly, just to note, it'll be important to pair that with qualitative feedback sentiment from businesses, getting a feel through the surveys and other communications that understand people's impression of how things are going. Next slide, please.
So to allow the city to be nimble and to be very responsive to changes in the market when we don't know what we don't know yet, staff is recommending a two-phase implementation plan. Phase one will be the first 18 to 24 months really focused on recovery. Phase two would be the remaining 36 to 42 months. We would determine when to transition from recovery to growth work based on the measures that Tony outlined in the last slide. To respond to the immediate needs of our businesses and the economic impacts of COVID, we recommend first focusing on strategies and associated tactics that are imperative for the recovery and laying the foundations for future growth. Those strategies and tactics associated with recovery will be the focus of tonight's presentation. As we discover what the new normal or new normals will be, and when we know we're on a solid road to recovery, we would re-engage with the council to develop and adopt the implementation tactics necessary to accelerate growth. Next slide. There is a lot of content for tonight. So to help us have a constructive dialogue with the council, we're going to follow the same pattern from our presentation in February. We will stop after every 2 focus areas to take the council's feedback and questions. As we go through the topic areas, first, Tony will shed some light on the impacts of COVID and how it's adjusted our thinking. Then Philly will briefly touch on what we've been doing over the past 4 months to mitigate the impacts of COVID-19 and the activities that helped inform tonight's recommendations. And then I will review the actual recommended tactics for the plan. Next slide.
Thanks, Jesse. And I'm glad we're starting with this. And I know it was somewhat of a nebulous or a new focus area when we began this plan, but it really is shown how important it was through this pandemic. As I'm dealing with and working with communities across the country, both past clients and others that we know, what we're really seeing is that those communities with strong partnerships and strong communication between them are surviving the best here. Those communities that know who to go to for help, that can connect resources and individuals and businesses, are able to respond more rapidly as this pandemic has emerged, to bring the right tools to their businesses and to their people. And understanding this importance, the City of Bellevue's Economic Division has really prioritized and led the implementation of projects in partnership with local and regional organizations as they're addressing and mitigating the impacts of COVID-19 on the local economy. And this has actually presented an opportunity to expedite bringing some of these entities together. And really, I can't say enough how impressive and fortunate it is that those conversations were already starting, and those strong relationships were getting stronger before this began, because truly those communities that have the capacity and have those partnerships in place are proving the most resilient. Next slide.
So when we talk about capacity building, we often talk about it in regards to outside partners, but I did want to briefly thank all of our internal departments that have assisted with helping us in our response to COVID. I'll touch on them as I go through some of our efforts in each focus area, but we really appreciate the One City effort and support in being able to provide assistance to our businesses. So special thank you goes to our neighborhoods team, Parks Department, diversity team, GIS, Human Services, Transportation and Development Services, who were key in some of our responses to COVID. From the very start, Bellevue convened and led a weekly regional partnership call to share information, resources, and collaborate on response to COVID. The call had representation from Eastside cities as well as local business organizations such as the Bellevue Chamber, Bellevue Downtown Association, and Visit Bellevue. We also led a Eastside Arts Organization call with art organizations and art administrators to share information and provide assistance to the creative sector, which is a focus area of this plan. One thing that I'm most proud of is we worked with our Startup 425 partners to lead the development of restartup425.org as a centralized COVID-related business information and resource hub. And we also, through that, developed a partnership with Business Impact Northwest to provide free, confidential, one-on-one technical business assistance. Additionally, the Bellevue Chamber of Commerce has done a fantastic job of leading the East Side in the creation of a East Side Together campaign to increase confidence among key audiences to reemerge and reengage in our safe and healthy community. And just last week, the BDA launched their Heart of Bellevue program, which focuses on downtown recovery through marketing and economic activation programs to drive foot traffic and generate a sense of connection and loyalty to downtown and its recovery. So it's really been a partnership effort in our response to COVID. And I thank all of those partners in our efforts. Next slide.
Thank you, Philly and Tony. And Council, from my professional perspective, the capacity building strategies and tactics are one of the most foundational elements for Bellevue's future economic success. As Tony and Philly outlined, strong relationships and strong capacity at our partner organizations are essential both in crisis and under normal circumstances, and will be key to accelerating growth in the future. Going forward, we see stronger roles for the Chamber and the BDA, as well as the need for new partners in some of the more technical areas or underserviced parts of our community. This will help the city deliver a stronger level of service as demands for those services and for more amenities increases. For that reason, we recommend the 3 implementation tactics that you see on the screen. Those are the sub-numbered items, 1.1, 2.1, and 2.2. The first one being to utilize a shared leadership model to convene and support and build the capacity of community organizations that the city can partner with. This could include groups like the Old Bellevue Merchants Association or the Indian Association of Western Washington, both of which serve communities and neighborhoods on the east side that are looking for additional support. Tactic 2.1, increase opportunities for community partners to lead and assist in the visioning and implementation of economic development projects. This could include work like the BDA's partnership with the city around activation of the Grand Connection and items like the Heart of Bellevue campaign. Tactic 2.2, develop additional public-private partnership tools and funding mechanisms. These partnerships and tools are essential for delivering the high-quality services that Bellevue businesses, residents, and visitors expect now and will expect more of in the future. Next slide, please.
Thanks, Jesse. And I'm glad we really had this focus on workforce beforehand. You know, before COVID-19, reskilling and upskilling services were being studied for this plan, and rising unemployment due to COVID-19 layoffs is only increasing those needs. We currently see unemployment in Bellevue over 10%, with over 20,000 unemployment claims since the start of the pandemic. It's lower than it is overall in King County, which is a wonderful thing to see, but it's still much higher than we've seen in many, many years. And we don't have the industry breakdown of unemployment yet at the local level, but highly impacted sectors like retail, trade, accommodation, and food services make up over 20% of Bellevue's employment. And so likely a lot of the sectors that are impacted and individuals impacted have a stronger need for that upskilling and new opportunities to be created. What we're seeing nationally as well is that COVID-19 is really predicted to speed up automation of jobs, particularly in food services and other areas, which will mean that a quick recovery could also permanently eliminate some of the jobs in those sectors, which will further increase that need for upskilling of individuals to get more resilient careers in emerging industries. And addressing those needs is a top priority in all American cities today and coming out of this pandemic. So also, it's especially important to recognize that it's disproportionately affecting lower income individuals and people of color, which further emphasizes the need for equitable and inclusive workforce solutions, which again, were already a priority in this strategy and for the city of Bellevue. And it's great to know that communities are thinking about that future, and Bellevue is thinking about that and tackling this by studying existing skills of unemployed residents, finding career opportunities, and really developing and aligning programs to work with them. And those are things, again, already in the strategy and only further emphasized as a need to think for the future of Bellevue. Next slide.
Thanks, Tony. So understanding the impacts that COVID-19 had on employment in Bellevue, we have advanced many conversations to understand the regional resources, programs, gaps, and opportunities to strategize an accelerated implementation of workforce. But the first thing we did is we provided information and resources for unemployed individuals on our websites and through communication channels. This was both the City of Bellevue site as well as the Restart at 425 organization site. And then to take advantage of external funding opportunities through the EDA, we expedited discussions with Eastside cities and colleges, as well as regional entities, to identify what gap needs to be filled and develop a regional workforce reskilling initiative. This 6-city proposed initiative provides 3 major components: a navigation service to connect individuals to training and reskilling opportunities, service providers, and as well as employment, an employee workforce liaison to really stay informed on the latest trends, as well as facilitate connections with employers and the service providers to deliver aligned training and education that meets the needs of the employer. And then lastly, capital funding to increase the capacity of successful reskilling programs via innovative methods. We are continuing to finalize and work with our other 5 city partners and anticipate submitting an application to the EDA mid-July for potential funding. Next slide.
Members of council, as Tony outlined and as fully reinforced, the workforce area does have a very strong intersection with the strong emphasis Bellevue places on diversity, equity, and inclusion. So due to that and due to the strong impacts to our residents and our regional workers and possible structural changes in the local economy over the long term, we're recommending the 4 implementation tactics that are on the screen: 1.1, 1.2, and then the other 1.1 and 1.2. That's a numbering issue that we'll correct. The first recommended tactic being to work with service providers and employers to expand internship, apprenticeship, and training opportunities. And that would be done more at a regional level. Encourage the development of a welcome back center that fosters opportunities for residents to gain the necessary experience to re-enter or return to the workforce from a variety of different backgrounds. Create a web page with a list of regional resources that can be shared with Bellevue employers and residents to help connect them to training opportunities, service providers, and jobs. We've heard from many in the community that navigating the menagerie of different services and service providers and websites can be a challenge. So aggregation and congregation of those resources is important. And last tactic being to explore opportunities to fund a new position dedicated to workforce development on the east side. As Philly mentioned, we're currently exploring a grant application that would help fund much of this work in the short term via the Federal Economic Development Administration, and we hope to be able to report back on a successful application to the council in the future. With that, we will take a pause here for council feedback on the workforce and capacity building tactics.
Okay, thank you. I'll ask in this order: Councilmember Lee, Barksdale, Robertson, Thon, Deputy Mayor Neuenhuis, Councilmember Stokes, and then me. So starting with you, Councilmember Lee.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. Well, this is a lot of work that has happened, and I appreciate you working on implementation in the last few months. And you really, don't have time to do the planning you were scheduled to be doing. So I understand that completely. And I think that it's a great effort, because you have to look at what impact us immediately due to COVID-19. And in a way, like also you mentioned, it's really related. The way to recover is look at our own strength, our own assets, and how our own people are impacted, and how then we can work toward getting our own people to get back up. So it's something that we have to work internally, organically. So I really appreciate, you doing that. On the other hand, while you're doing all the implementation, I, as the representative of the Council on some of the economic development regional efforts, I've been meeting with the Greater Seattle Partnership and Puget Sound Energy, not Puget Sound Energy, sorry, PSRC, EDD committee, talking about what is the strategic plan for the region. But while, of course, everything we talk about involves a recovery as well, very important part of it. And I think what we're doing, I think is consistent with what the regional bodies are looking at. I think it's important that we all work on the same page, because the key to the future is that, Amazon actually led that conversation, that employees no longer have to stay in one location to have to be all working in the urban center. They find that the new way of communicating, getting job done, like we're doing, virtual meetings, have really been a way to complement the way you do work. So you don't need to be all concentrated. That means they have a lot of choices to make. They can go anywhere they want to, and they have different need for different locations. So as a result, we have to work as a region, because each city in each region have its own strengths and assets. And that's why we need to show that we have that strength. And we need to attract people. Now, it's national attraction. It's not just people who have to come here, but it's how do we get people to give them what they all are looking for. And so I think the region has to look at how we can address each city's strength and assets, and how we can attract the people to come here for this recovery thing. And the recovery is important as well, as you mentioned that. I really appreciate small business. I think that's important. It's how we can, and partnership is important. How we recognize our own strength, the people that hit, that we see that are suffered the most due to COVID-19 are the retail, restaurants, individuals, small businesses. And these people have to be able to get the help to come back. So we don't want to have a collapsed economy and then other people will come in and take advantage of it, because they may not necessarily be sharing the same asset and strength and commitment as our own organic growth that we have within our own jurisdiction. So I think it's important that we focus on the people that are here, that are now suffering. How do we help them to come back? So I think that's very important. So that means really building. Second is, I like the word they use, building capacity. But the only question I have here is, when we talk about building capacity, we actually also mean to look at capacity, otherwise that's not plugged in already, to this greater community that they can be helped. They can be, we know who they are. We can come to them, go to them, they can come to us. So it's the people who have not in the past have the need to be helped by, by jurisdictions, but now they need it. And I think we need to lend them a hand. So I want to be sure that we don't neglect, we just don't go to the same old. You mentioned, IAWW, that's a great example of building capacity. But when we talk about that, if you recall, months ago, we talk about building capacity even in other organizations that may not be quite there. They don't know what they don't know. We don't know what we don't know. So I think we need to reach out. Organizations we look at the time is CISC, Chinese Information Service Center. I think that's another partner we need to reach out to, just because maybe we haven't discovered them in the first place, or they have not discovered us in the first place. That we would not, we forget them. I think we need to remember that. So it's important we reach out, really build capacity, meaning we have to look for the communities that have not had the experience, the impact that they face, and they need help, we can help them. So we need to work harder. So it is.
Councilmember Lee, can you please wrap up?
Okay, I'll wrap up.
Thanks.
So I believe that one of the two things I want to hear when we come back, the regional discussion is talking about equity and inclusiveness or inclusion. I think those are the things that are going to be something that we'll be facing in our economic recovery and economic development. So keep that in mind. And hopefully I have more time to talk if we have a chance to. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Barksdale.
Around.
There you go.
Okay, thank you. Sorry. First, I want to echo the sentiments around having that equity lens throughout this process and looking for more of that, similar to what Councilmember Lee said. In terms of the KPIs, I was curious about how you came up with the 70% target, and I'm curious about other ways of also thinking about it, such as I think they're mutually reinforcing. And so is there a way that we could look at the pre-COVID relationship between them as well as the increase in their performance?
Yeah, I can address it somewhat, and I'll admit 70%. There's no exact science on this. We've been seeing this around the country. Just folks trying to think what is the level that says we're back, and I think the percentage number is a little trickier. You know, for the moment, we don't even know the exact number of job losses in the city of Bellevue. Unemployment doesn't necessarily mean in Bellevue. Those are for the individuals in your community and you want to take care of them. But they might, as we've seen with commuting patterns, they probably likely actually don't work in the city of Bellevue, many of the unemployed that live in Bellevue. So trying to find those right metrics can be a little tricky. And the 70%, I think, is with a recognition that we're probably going to see a sharper recovery as we have nationally with reopening. Most of those job losses were in retail and other sectors. And we'll see many come back as reopening happens. And some might be fast, some might be slow. But then that remainder at the top, though, that last 30 to 40% or wherever you put that mark is going to take a little bit longer as the overall economy begins to more slowly get back to those pre-COVID full employment levels that we were at. And so it is somewhat arbitrary, but I think the bigger connotation is to look at that positive trend in activity where you're seeing property development happening at similar rates, where you're seeing growth happening at similar pre-COVID rates versus actually getting to those exact numbers that we were at before. Does that make sense?
It does. It would be great, in addition to looking at that trajectory, to also look at how those KPIs are moving together compared to how they were moving together pre-COVID. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I think that's a great way of looking at it.
Okay, and then I just have one other question. So I know that there was the business survey. Could we have that on do a pulse, like have that quarterly or some point, and it could be broken out, in the best way that you think, so everybody wouldn't get the same thing over, each quarter, or maybe they should. But the idea is that, especially in the earlier, in this COVID response phase, it'd be great to get some data on a more regular basis so that we can, as has come up in previous comments, be nimble in our response.
Jump in. I think that is possible. That survey that we have was a regional survey working with community attributes, and we're in conversation with him about how we can get East Side breakout data and continue the tracking over the long run.
Cool. And then last comment or question. So as we're engaging in these tactics, it'd be great to collect data as we're going through those, so that we, so for example, when we have the Welcome Back Center, what are some of the issues that you're hearing and learning about for people who are coming back, getting back into the flow? And same thing for the workforce. Like, what are some of the top challenges people are having? Like, how do we keep track of that so that we can continue to improve the programs. And I just want to say thanks for all the work that you're doing.
Thank you.
Great, thank you. Okay, Councilmember Robertson.
Mayor, so right now we're just asking questions or making comments on the workforce strategy.
Just on
right?
those first two KPIs.
Right. Okay,
yeah.
so I think that I really appreciate all the work that's been done. I think that we are lucky in a way that we are in the middle of updating our strategy right when this unprecedented downturn happened due to COVID, which we are hoping will be blissfully short and recovery will be swift. So there's a couple of things that I think that you are hitting all the right notes on the workforce strategy. There's a couple of things where I'd like to see either one of these four things bolstered to capture, or maybe to consider adding. And those two things are, it's pretty hard if we're talking about the workforce. How do we support the people who have jobs in getting back, getting training, getting working again? There's two big stumbling blocks for that. One is for anyone that has children, which is about at least 25% of the households in Bellevue. If your K-12 kids are not in school or at childcare, it is impossible or too difficult to go back to work full time. So we need to make sure that we continue to look at that lens on how we can, I don't know if we can help, but if there's ways that we could help support people to find those resources, whether it's childcare or whatnot, so that they can work. The other is work from home. We are seeing a big shift in the knowledge economy that Bellevue's a huge part of the knowledge economy of people being able to work from home. So how we enable people to continue to do that in the COVID economy until we are back to quote normal, I think would be time worth spending. And of course, if you have a bunch, 3-year-olds and 7-year-olds at home with you when you're trying to work, and that you're supposed to be their teacher and or childcare all day long because everything's closed, it really makes it impossible. So those are two things that work together, but people can't work outside the home if their young children have no place to go. So if you want to respond to that, Jesse or other folks from Avalanche, that would be helpful. But I'd like to see a way to work those two thoughts into these strategies.
Councilmember, on work on childcare in particular, that is something we have looked at. And from our analysis, it does look like there is some challenges in the pricing generally in the market. So spaces are too expensive for some of the childcare providers. And then once you factor in the lower wages that are paid for some of the childcare providers and the cost of living, it doesn't allow more childcare providers to enter the Bellevue market, even though there is sufficient demand. So there are some external challenges there that we did not find solutions to in the short term.
Okay.
We can continue to look at that.
That would be good to look at. And I know that we're going to talk about, I think we're going to be talking about in a later one about how you use the, I don't even remember how you use what we have, like the office and all the facilities we have. There might be an opportunity to, if more and more people are working from home and the offices are empty, to work with some of the companies or landlords to repurpose some of that for childcare, because that would allow more people to work. And just an idea, but those are going to be two huge stumbling blocks that are going to keep people from getting back to full productivity. And we just need to be aware of it and see what we can do to help facilitate removing stumbling blocks. And then I'll just say right now, and it might come up later, but I'm sure people saw that the Seattle City Council today passed the payroll tax. So that might be another thing that might help our economy grow faster here in Bellevue than it might otherwise have done. So, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I'm going to remind us all of the courtesy 3-minute limit, because we're just going through these point by point, and we have a lot of opportunities to comment. So, council members on.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. So when I think about workforce development, I think one of the key things is making sure that the existing businesses can stay in business. So I appreciated your comment about all the phone calls to the small businesses during the COVID time period, because I do think that is one of the pieces. I appreciate that as I look at these strategies, what I see is that we are advocating for a workforce development coordinator to help. And then the piece around a website or resources, because my sense is that even when we have resources, the ready access to that is important. So I just want to make sure that as we look at building those web pages out, that it is also, we have partnership with cultural ambassadors and also multiple languages potentially, so that we are looking at it from an inclusive economy and an equity lens. When we talk about internship and apprenticeship, what I wanted to understand is I agree that we want to be developing partners and a regional solution. What about inside the city itself and the potential for broadening internships and apprenticeship and training opportunities? Is that part of this work as well? Because I think it needs to be.
Yes, Councilmember, I think Philly can answer a bit more in depth on that question.
Yes, I agree that City of Bellevue, as a large employer, there's definitely room to encourage through various departments and with human relations to understand where the opportunities exist. I know just talking to some people through New Tech East Side and my time out in the community, some of their experience that they've gotten, especially experience in practicing English skills, has been through those volunteer opportunities through various cities on the east side. So I think that there is room for expansion there.
Right, but I think it's more than just, thank you for that, but I think it's more than just volunteer. I think a lot of times we look at volunteer opportunities, but they're not paid. So I think we want to make sure that we're looking at opportunities where there's pay for the work that's being performed. I also think about partnering with Bellevue College, or I can only imagine those students that are graduating high school or college during COVID and trying to find work. So I think it's both the ones that are already in the workplace as well as those that are trying to enter the workplace, and how we make sure that we're fostering opportunities for them to be part of our workforce.
Great.
Thank you, Council Member Zahn. Deputy Mayor Newhouse.
You've put into this presentation so far. And Tony, congratulations on being acquired there by Ernst & Young.
Thank you. It's a big change.
You bet. I'm just a quick point on that. Has the team basically working on this remained the same? You heading up the project, but I guess I'm interested in, has the addition of Ernst & Young really changed the outlook or some of the strategies since the acquisition by Ernst & Young, and having that different lens, or having different maybe capacity to add to it?
So the team has remained the same.
Okay.
But to that point, though, when we first got acquired, Jesse actually very smartly asked me some pointed questions that I could dig into our bigger resource areas. Looking at what we're seeing around in countries that were already kind of ahead of us in terms of dealing with this pandemic and others. And so we really have used this opportunity to gain some further insight. I'd say I've connected with the real estate team in particular to get some thoughts on what we're going to be seeing around changing office dynamics, as I know is a big topic here in Bellevue, and other factors around return to work and all of those things. So, the team is the same, but our expanded knowledge base is significant.
Very good. Yeah, and taking more of a world lens from this, which I think Ernst & Young can help with, and looking at some of the KPIs that that other countries have been looking at in order to assess the recovery of their economies. I just wonder if I could potentially just suggest a few other KPIs to add to it, because while Startup 425 is an interesting data point, I'm not really sure how much that's really going to tell us if our economy is recovering. So I'd like to see such things as, what is our rush hour commute times looking like compared to pre-COVID? What does our retail foot traffic look like compared to pre-COVID? How many people are returning to those brick and mortar stores in the Bellevue collection? Even electricity use potentially from both service and manufacturing businesses within Bellevue. And then also we should be tracking new virus cases as well in Bellevue potentially, because that might give us some guidance in terms of reopenings may lead to another potential shutdown. That's certainly some data that we can get from the state and from the King County Health as well. But just some other KPIs. Any thoughts to that, to potentially adding to that to give us a bit of a broader perspective? I see you have the sales tax on there, but specifically, I would like to start tracking the car sales tax, since that plays such a great revenue role into the city's budget.
Yeah, I think those are good suggestions. I'll ask this question back to kind of Jesse and the team. The thing with the metrics that we always recommend, though, is that they be at least, I don't know about easily, but attainable on a regular basis. And I'm not 100% sure who could provide the rush hour commute time within the region, who's collecting that has timely data in that fashion, and the same on retail foot traffic, et cetera. Electrical usage might be a little easier to gain from your utility. My colleague, John Reese, who you met, had suggested, similar to rush hour traffic, looking at mass transit usage and so forth. So if that information could be gotten from regional transportation authorities on a fairly regular basis, I think that those would be terrific gauges on how the economy is doing.
Great, thanks, Tony.
And Councilmember, just to add on very briefly, we are looking at the car dealers, and we are able to break down some of the car sales tax separately. But to Tony's point, the retail foot traffic is more difficult to get, especially it's easy to get from a single user like the Bellevue collection, but adding up retail foot traffic across the city would be a very time-consuming metric to put together. So we'll take a look at it and see if we can find something that's analogous.
Even if just limited to the Bellevue collection, I think that would still be valuable data.
All right, we will take a look at it.
Thank you.
Councilmember Stokes.
Yeah, thank you. This is very, very thorough, and I appreciate. I was going to ask the same question the Deputy Mayor just asked in terms of your increased capacity with being part of Ernst & Young, and I think that's very good. It is interesting too. You have the advantage of kind of checking out what's going on in Austin at the same time, which is different. I know there's so many things to talk about, and I think what questions I have, I mean, a lot of good discussion so far, and most of the issues kind of covered, but and really thorough piece here. We could spend a week on this. One of the concerns I have on this, and I want to know what you're looking at, is, and it touches to some extent on what Councilmember Robertson was talking about, the schools, and that is a big problem. The whole issue of getting kids back to school or not. And I think one of the big questions, though, is the workforce. How is it going to be different? How are we tracking with that? You hear a lot about people. Well, for one, we're probably going to be social distancing and other things for a long time, and getting a lot of information about particularly tech companies and all changing the way they do things. The buildings may be there, but maybe you have half the number of people there. There's some companies that are just basically saying everybody's going to work from home. And you have a situation like, just as a small example of King County, their natural resources department, the whole parks and water, all those, that whole big group of people in a building in downtown in Seattle, in the close to, well, it doesn't matter where it is, but they're all leaving the building. They're all going to be working from home. And I think, I don't know how we're going to keep up with that, but, and if workers don't have to be downtown working, they don't have to be in an office building, and they don't even have to be in Bellevue to be working here, how's that going to affect this? I don't think we know. I mean, that's one of the things that makes this kind of scary, is that there might just be some fundamental changes in the way people do things. And so I don't know how much you're taking that into account. I don't think we can assume that within a few months or whatever, we're going to be back to as we were before. Part of the good news is it does look like Amazon and others are continuing to move forward, and the economy has its opportunities to come forward. But again, I'm concerned about how we stay on top of fundamental changes, because actually what we're focusing on or looking at now in terms of how you change where you work and how the relationships is something that's been going back decades. Back in the 70s and 80s, there was a big movement to do something similar to where people work from home. And we just weren't ready for it at that time. There were a lot of changes, and then people got back to wanting to come together. I think that's something we can't just assume that sometime next year, everything's going to go back the way it was. And the other factor is that's enough on that. I'm just kind of concerned that how do we stay on top of that? How do we figure that out in the long run, and what the dynamic is going to be in terms of the economy? I mean, I think we're in a great position, but I'm just concerned about that. The other thing I wanted to raise is you mentioned earlier about working with, I think I heard this, with the service organizations in the city, and I think it's a great idea to see how they can be much more integrated with us, how we can work with them in their roles in the community. The other thing that I wanted to think about on this, Jesse, is we're in good shape compared to a lot of cities, but we do have some significant budget impacts. And how is that going to affect us, and what do we need to be working on? And I'm assuming you're going to be coming to us and laying out what's necessary to keep this going forward. But I think that workforce strategies and the recovery is a very, very important thing for the budget. And I just hope we have a strong conversation about that, because getting our income, getting our resources back up to par is going to depend on whether we get recovery underway. And it's that old thing of chicken and the egg, and you have to have the funding, to do these projects. And it concerns me a little bit that a lot of the cities around us are really struggling, and they may be backing off from a lot of these type of things. And so again, that's something to keep on top of. And I'm glad that Bellevue is being the leader in this and really putting this together. So I think it's a very strong program. I like the way it's going. I'm just concerned that I want to make sure we stay on top of some of these things, because the new normal is not going to be the normal we're used to. And how does that work? And what positive or adverse effects will that have on Bellevue is something I think we really need to do some deep thinking on that and be prepared for it. I don't know.
Councilmember Stokes, could you wrap up?
I just am. That's it.
Okay, great. Thank you. Okay. Oh, I guess it's me. All right. I'll try to be fast. These are all really good comments that I'm hearing. And I think I really relate to Councilmember Robertson's push on childcare, because I think that is really the foundation of employment. The future of employment is the ability to access childcare. I know there's a lot of looking into requiring childcare in office buildings, that they, provide a space for it where people work, and we can look at it in affordable housing areas as well. So that's something I think that just across the board we need to consider. But my question, when you're talking about unemployment in Bellevue, and you're talking about, you don't make a distinction between layoffs and furloughs. So I'd like to know that. And then the other thing is, of the unemployed people that you're counting, how many of them are Bellevue residents? Because we know most people who work in Bellevue don't live in Bellevue.
I can speak to this partially, but with unemployment data, when we're seeing unemployment numbers, that is residents, as opposed to employment, which might not be residents. Those are not necessarily jobs lost in Bellevue, but that is people that live in Bellevue filing for unemployment, and the percentage of residents that are unemployed.
Okay.
So that is all residents. On the furlough versus the permanently laid off position, it's very hard to distinguish, especially the current national dynamic. They changed laws and made it so that furloughed individuals can receive unemployment benefits, which was a tremendous move considering how many were furloughed. So it's really hard to say exactly. I do know that if you look at the national data, the vast majority of job losses have been in the restaurant and retail sectors. And it's hard to determine with those how many were put off while restaurants are closed with the intention to bring them back versus full closures. It's still so early with data that we have a hard time even knowing how many businesses have closed permanently or not. And I think in the next coming months, we'll have a much better sense of that as the data becomes more clear.
Okay, well, that'll be something I'll be interested in learning more about when you get it. And I do want to say I'm very excited about the workforce development programs that you're working on here. I'm a huge proponent of that. So thank you for that. So just for meeting management purposes, how many more strategies are we going to cover tonight?
So, Mayor, our intent was originally to cover all 6 of the topic areas. So we have, I think, about another 5 or 6 implementation tactics that we were hoping to share with the council tonight.
How about we just blast through them, and then we'll take questions after you're done with all of them?
Okay, we can do that.
Thank you.
And we will endeavor to be a bit more succinct as we do the lead in.
Thank you.
All right. So Tony, can you cover small business?
I'll be quick. Yes, I'll be fast with these. And just so you know, we've talked about this already, but small businesses were significantly impacted by COVID-19. But there's a lot of difference by sector. Professional services versus retail and restaurants have very different impacts. And globally and nationally, we're really seeing that disproportionately impacts, as we continue to talk about, are even greater for businesses owned by people of color. There's disproportionate impacts across the country. But ultimately, a lot of the challenges that are faced, Jesse mentioned this earlier, around childcare, with rent and labor costs, these are not new challenges. Although they couldn't operate for these few months, the strategies that we developed, the resources, technical assistance, other things that are being put together by communities to really help small businesses succeed are still the same things that we need to be putting together in this COVID-19 moment. Next slide.
Okay, so while we were collecting, distilling, and communicating out information, we knew that we were not reaching everyone we needed to through our traditional communication channels. So we worked with our neighborhoods team and park department, thank you very much, to do outbound calls to over 750 businesses. We also worked with business licensing to include information on our resources through their communications, and have been building relationships with our community-based organizations, some that were mentioned earlier, to help us amplify the resources we have available. The creation of restartup425.org really is the hub of our latest information, broken down by type of business, really making it a user-friendly experience. It is a centralized listing of webinars from a variety of providers. And then again, we worked with our partners to partner with Business Impact Northwest to provide free one-on-one technical assistance in multiple language. And that's all in addition to developing the COVID business resources page on bellevuewa.gov that is translated into 4 languages. Next slide. So these are just 2 highlights of some small business support. One, the What's Open East Side map. That's a collaboration of East Side cities, both economic development departments and GIS, to provide a low barrier place for businesses to list their open hours and offerings. And then below that is the Biz Diversity online marketplace ad, promoting that free technical business assistance we have available. And for you that don't know, Biz Diversity is a multicultural business community whose purpose is to support the expanded influence of diversity in mainstream business culture. Next slide.
So because small businesses are so important to the local economy and part of creating a strong sense of community, we're recommending the 4 following implementation tactics for small businesses. 1, working with our Startup 425 partners to expand the website even more as a centralized one-stop shop with additional resources in multiple languages. Support efforts to expand in-person and virtual training options, providing some flexibility for the future. Also promote business resiliency and preparedness by aggregating and promoting best practices, and that would be done in partnership with many of our external partners. And then streamline the city's approach to resolving business technical issues. This is more of an in-house item just to make sure we are timely and prompt at getting back to businesses and helping them with solution-oriented thinking inside City Hall. Next slide.
Thanks, Jesse. You know, and when we're talking about small business, retail is a large part of that small business. Obviously, there's also professional services, software entrepreneurs, those startups, but retail in particular has been the most severely impacted by COVID-19. But the stay-at-home orders really prevented people literally from going to stores. But in some ways, this is, as we mentioned before, with many of these things, these are continuing trends that we've seen. Dry goods stores were already suffering before the pandemic, and this is likely not to change significantly. There's been a major shift towards e-commerce and creating new business models for retailers. Restaurants and are also changing their models in the moment of this. We're seeing more pickup and delivery versus dining in. And there's other entrepreneurial ideas out there we don't even know of yet. There's new business models, new technologies that are being created. And so like small business, which thinking about the future and how we position ourselves, we really need to be making sure that we're helping them with the technical assistance and all of those things to be prepared to create those new business models and to make them in Bellevue and to serve the community and the people here as are going forward. Next slide, please.
So some of the things we've worked on over the past few months is one of the first things we did, thanks to our transportation department, was quickly implement curbside pickup zones for restaurants who were continuing to offer pickup. We developed the What's Open East Side map that originally started out as a restaurant service and then had other retail as they open up. We work with DS to help streamline our permitting for outdoor use and promote the guidelines for that. What you see on the right-hand side are some one-sheet flyers that we put together to help promote what is available for our retail businesses in expanding their operation. Business promotion, we did all we could to promote businesses that were able to stay open through our own channels as well as our partner channels. And on the next slide, I'll talk a little bit about the Best of Bellevue list of businesses that we put together. Again, the BDA Heart of Bellevue campaign is doing some great merchant profiles as part of that campaign to learn more about the retail establishments we have here in Bellevue. And then recently we've been coordinating with the Old Bellevue Merchant Association for expanded outdoor dining and retail. And Jesse, I believe, would like to speak a little bit more to that.
Yes, thank you, Philly. And just a brief note on this one, because I do think it's a great example of how many of these implementation tactics and strategies are reinforcing across the board. This is a great example of the intersection between capacity building and retail support. And it comes from work that staff is currently doing to support the Old Bellevue Merchants Association's request to expand outdoor dining and retail space along Main. OBMA is an all-volunteer organization that represents one of the most unique parts of downtown Bellevue. But because they're volunteer-driven, they don't have the organizational capacity to tackle this type of activation or enhancement project. This is a place where Patrick Bannon at the BDA and his staff have stepped in to help because they have the experience and the organizational capacity to help with these kinds of activities. And so the city is providing strong support to both the BDA and the OBMA around capacity building and streamlining of delivery of services. So it's really a very, very interesting case study on how all of this comes together. But with that, I will hand it back to Philly.
Next slide, please. So we were just heartened by businesses, both big and small, stepping up to the challenges of COVID and supporting each other, from our large employers who set up relief funds for small businesses to the small coffee shops and restaurants who had programs donating to frontline workers. There are so many stories that really inspired us, and I encourage anyone to check those out at engagingbellevue.com. Next slide.
So as businesses start opening in modified fashions and we continue to discover what the new normals will entail, we see that best practices will still be evolving, but there's a strong need for capacity building in our retail districts citywide. So we really want to focus on one particular implementation tactic, and our recommendation to the council is focusing on encouraging the capacity building at partner organizations that can support merchants in the city's retail destinations. Again, this will be a very foundational part of supporting our retailers and restaurants and personal services as the new normals arise, and helping them be able to navigate changes in the marketplace. The other tactic that's on the screen, 1.2, is an example of a growth tactic that would layer on top of the work we would do in the recovery phase. So working with partner organizations to develop and implement retail action plans is a tactic that does require capacity building first, so that those partners can be ready to help the city with those retail action plans. So that's why that one is there. And so with that, we will move on to the creative economy. Next slide, please.
Thanks, Jesse. And I just want to emphasize that engaging Bellevue, I love that side of it. I know that the telling of the real stories is so important in this. We're all very isolated and lost and alone. It can feel very despairing, but seen in other disasters across the country and over the years that highlighting just how communities really come together and the positivity of this and supporting each other is so important. And it's amazing the stories I hear in Bellevue. It's almost sad here though, we're drilling down small business, highly impacted, retail within that, creative economy even further. This is one of the hardest hit sectors across the globe. The creative economy businesses have long struggled for funding and self-sufficiency across the nation and in Bellevue in many of our discussions, and this is making it even harder. A survey that I saw by Americans for the Arts in March, just 1 month into the crisis, found that nearly $3.6 billion in lost income to this industry nationally. And in April, they found that 62% of artists and creative workers had become fully unemployed. and 95% lost income. That's only in the first couple months of this process. We're seeing this across the country. In Austin, canceled South by Southwest and Austin City Limits and Bellevue, Arts Fair and Wintergrass 2021 are in hiatus. This is impacting organizers, tourism, vendors, so many areas. It's a major challenge. In King County, I think we've seen that 49% of workers in the arts and entertainment industry have been lost in this period. And there's going to be opportunities for those folks to come back, but certainly looking at strategies and ways to support them now, to think creatively about the future and new ways of delivering their really vital services to the community is going to be really important. Next slide, please.
So in addition to providing local and national resources for artists and art organizations, our arts team has been having one-on-one conversations with art organizations and also leading collaboration across the East Side by convening regular information sharing meetings with East Side City art administrators, as well as co-leading and working to grow a new arts group of East Side art organizations that is called the East Side Art and Cultural Coalition. And then most recently, the arts team launched an arts audience participation survey in 8 different languages to gauge comfort in returning to in-person events, as well as interest in types of virtual events and other alternative models to really help inform the strategies that both the city as well as our organizations can take moving forward. So far, we've had over 500 responses, and that survey will be open for another week. Next slide, please.
As Tony mentioned, this sector is one that intersects with and impacts so many important factors: residents' quality of life, attractiveness for business, tourism. It has many multiplier effects. So for that reason, we're recommending 4 implementation tactics in the creative side, because we do know that there are some very strong, lasting structural impacts here. The first one being to pursue regional collaboration that supports and promotes the creative cultural sector in Bellevue, similar to the survey that Philly was just mentioning that's being done in partnership with our neighboring cities to help all organizations on the East Side understand audience changes and audience needs. The next strategy would be expand audiences for Bellevue's multicultural organizations and offerings. One of Bellevue's assets and strengths is that many of our arts and cultural organizations represent communities from around the world, and they are being heavily impacted because they are largely volunteer organizations. So really helping them expand their audience in digital ways and in COVID responsive ways will help them be more sustainable in the long run. The third implementation tactic would be establish a working group to convene, foster, and promote the Bell Red Arts District, which is a vision for an arts district in the Bell Red corridor. And the final implementation tactic being reduce barriers to arts uses and improve prioritization of the arts incentive for new development in the arts district area near 136th and Spring Boulevard. Those are the 4 tactics we're recommending for the creative economy. And with that, we'll move into tourism, which is a light section. So tourism is one of the first and most hardest hit industries because so many things are still unknown in this sector. We do see deferring some of this work to Visit Bellevue until the industry has much more certainty. Again, very large impacts. In April 2020, for example, we hosted just under 25,000 visitors in Bellevue. That's an 88% drop from a year earlier, and a drop in Bellevue's hotel occupancy to just 9.7% compared to an average of between 80 to 85% in good times. This is a regional issue as well as a national issue. At the regional level, SeaTac is seeing just over 14,000 daily users, which is down from 68,000 daily users a year earlier. So these numbers are recovering slowly, but at this time, there are just too many variables for staff to recommend a dedicated focus on tourism in the short term when other areas have a much more immediate need and could be a much better return on investment in the short term for the city. So we recommend working closely with Visit Bellevue on initiatives like their plan to promote staycations and drawing in regional tourism from places like within driving distance, Vancouver, Portland, Eastern Washington, Idaho, and then working with them to understand when it's best to fully re-engage on the implementation of the strategies in the destination development plan that will really help expand the tourism industry in Bellevue and regionally. With that, we will start to wrap up. 2 slides. So next slide, please, Charmaine. In terms of what's next, after incorporating comments that we hear from the council tonight, we would like to bring back a draft version of the ED plan in September. And then we would incorporate any final feedback, revise the plan, and bring it back to the council, likely in the late October, early November timeframe for a full adoption. Next slide, please. This will conclude the presentation. We are looking for feedback on the last set of implementation tactics, and if the council feels appropriate, the direction to return in September with the full draft plan for your consideration. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And thank you for being so quick about that and efficient. It's a great presentation. We'll start again the same order: Councilmember Lee, Barksdale, Robertson, Zahn, Deputy Mayor Neuenhuis, Councilmember Stokes, and then myself. So let's start with Councilmember Lee.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Can you hear me?
I can.
Thanks. There's a lot of stuff that was presented. I really appreciate the staff working hard. There's a lot of things that you've gone through. So I have a couple of, I'm limited just in my time, so I wanted to ask a couple of questions. One is in capacity building. I think this is really important. When I talk about capacity building, I really mean capacity in people who can help you to do those things that need to be done, like partners, okay? And I think this COVID-19 and the economy that's been hit us, and also we have seen what's happened, really exacerbate and magnifies the importance of not doing things same old. Okay, when we talk about partners, I think we talk about new partners, not the same old partners. People we haven't talked to before, people who don't know us, people we don't know. And so I think it's important that we look at the community who now, is magnified to show that they need help and that they're coming out from the woodworks and we need to reach out to them. So that's what I mean by capacity building. An example is all the partners you mentioned, I appreciate that. They're all good. You have to be there because they are the same one we are dependent on. But there are new ones that come up. One of the examples, we had this food for love or of love. There's an organization, it's a new Chinese Chamber of Commerce. And then a number of people, the new restaurant owners, there are new volunteers. All these people represent either organizations or individuals who wants to be involved, who has the resources, who can be our contacts, who are there for us to build relationship with. Because I believe that successful partnership depends on relationship. And relationship is built over time, over the years. But we have to start somewhere. So we got to focus on capacity building in people, in new organizations, new connections, so that they become our partners for the future. Because our future depends on the people that is going to be involved in the future. Okay, the second is creative economy. I think that's great. You talk about, one thing I have a question. You mentioned a new group of East Side organizations. That's great. So I would like to know who are the new group of East Side arts organizations. You don't need to give it to me now, but I really like to make sure it includes, my desire of bringing new people in. Okay, so new group. So who are they? Who are the folks? Are they same old? We want to maintain, yes, the relation with same old people, no question about it. But this is the opportunity, very important for the new social order. We need to include new people. We've seen that, okay? So new economy. And I believe that we need to know, you mentioned also you want to expand, and I want to know how to do some of that. And you mentioned about working group. Who are the working groups? You know, who are the people that we're bringing in, which we have not had in the past? And I think this is where we need to get outside of our own, environment, existing, what we've known, what we assume as the status quo. We got to get out there. So this is my comment, and I believe there's a lot of things on the table. I would love to have the opportunity to talk a little bit more in some specific details, because there's a lot of it. It's all good. It's all excellent. Great point, great plan, great ideas. But I always mention, devil is in the detail. So I like to make sure that, we got all the details. And also we want to make sure that if we know details, we can help you to get to the resources that's necessary to make it happen. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Lee. Councilmember Barksdale.
All right, thank you. So you can pretty much carry the comments I made earlier forward to now, so I'll keep the rest of my remarks pretty brief. But I think one of the things is, I think this looks good. I think what I'd like to see is just like reporting on the KPIs on some regular basis to just see how we're doing and how we're adjusting and adapting to what we're learning throughout the process. And then if there's a way to, and I don't know if that's through a dashboard or if you're going to brief us regularly or whatever, but I'd like to also see something speaking to the engagement and data plan when you come back as well.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember Barksdale. Councilmember Robertson.
Thanks. I'll try to summarize. I have about 5 or 6 comments. One is whether it's possible with regard to supporting small business for the city to have a preference in purchasing and contracting. I'm not talking about the big public bid contracts, those are under state law, but whether we can have a preference for buying local. It'd be good if we're giving business out for us to be able to support our own businesses. Second, I know that there's been talk, I've been talking about this with some folks for a decade about, relates to the creative economy, about a Bellevue fund. There's a Seattle fund that has provided a lot of funding for human services, arts, etc. And I would love to see the East Side Business Chamber, etc., create one of those, because that would really help in the future our creative economy as well as human services get support, but also weather events where we have downturns. Thirdly, with regard to the COVID, let me just say overall, I think your strategies are right on. They've been very well thought out, and we don't know what we don't know. But I hope that as we're finalizing the economic development strategy, we create enough flexibility so that we can be nimble when we know more. Because there may be something that comes up when we're starting to return to normal, where we see, wait a second, if we put some efforts here, that's going to pay dividends. And I hope that we will continue to track what's happening so that we can be nimble and give attention where attention is most needed, where we can get a lot of a good effect. Grant money. I know you said you're looking for grant money to fund some of the positions. We talked about this during the CIP budget meeting that we had last council meeting. And if we have some grant funding for whether it's projects that are going to help create jobs to do the projects, or they set the table for growth, where we're going to have growth that provides both jobs to do it as well as positions for people, companies to locate. I think that would be time worth spending. Finally, I think that it would be really helpful as a council for us to continue to message that Bellevue is open for business. With the vote that happened in Seattle today, I think we need to be very clear that there is no intention at the city of Bellevue to pass a payroll tax or to pass a local additional tax on our businesses. We want our businesses to recover at a time when they are suffering deeply. I absolutely have no intention to do that, and I hope my colleagues will join me in expressing that we want our businesses to succeed, because it is through successful businesses that the people of this city are successful. They have jobs to go to, they have businesses to serve their needs. And I think we need to make sure we keep our eye on the ball. And they have money to pay artists and musicians to entertain them, which then feeds more families. So I think that it's really important that we continue to message that. I know that we have a ethic here in Bellevue that we want to support businesses. We have walked the talk for years, and I expect that we will continue to do so. But I think it's really important that we continue to let folks know that we are going to continue to do so. Jesse, Philly, thank you so much for putting this together. I'm really looking forward to seeing it finalized and implementing it, and see what great things Bellevue is going to do next. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Robertson. Councilmember Zahn.
Yes, thank you. I also appreciate all of the work that's gone into this plan. I echo the comment about making sure that as our own city's activities reopen, that we are supporting our local small and diverse businesses as vendors. And so to the degree that we can do that, I know that about a year ago, I saw a report that shows what percentage of our business is going to small and disadvantaged businesses, but I think it's been a while since I've seen anything on that. And I think to the degree that we can support these small businesses with how they get infrastructure to be able to do e-commerce. And so to that degree, I applaud the creativity of looking at the outdoor dining and retail and being able to offer that during the COVID period. You know, my sense is that economic resilience is going to be what's really important in Bellevue to make sure that we are prepared for when tourism restarts, that our tourists see Bellevue as a preferred destination, that we have our creative economy, because I think that there's a thirst in our community for more arts. So to the degree that we can, through this new Eastside Arts Coalition, look at what are some other digital, virtual, can we do some outdoor, I don't know, scavenger hunts, drive-ins, different ideas there. Really the inclusive economy piece. I guess my question is, have we engaged with the youth to look for ideas? Because I think that sometimes, you know, they have ideas that we may not see.
That was a good question. Do we have an answer?
Councilmember, I'll say that I cannot answer specifically right now if we've engaged with youth. We've been working with many of our arts and cultural organizations that serve younger populations, like Kids Quest, but I'll double check whether or not we've specifically engaged youth on some of those more creative, use of their creative ideas.
Yeah, I would say all ages of youth, right? Because sometimes those ideas are quite amazing. And then when I think about just the out of the box, because I know with Nourishing Networks partnering with food trucks to be able to be more in the community. So can we look at community kitchens, micro businesses? So I think those are another area. I would just close by saying my only comment about the September of having this plan in place or to vote would be, do we believe that there will be enough known by then that the plan will be ready in September? Or do you think that because we're going in phases, September is still a good time?
That's a very good question, Councilmember. I would say that we do believe that because we're going in the 2 phases and because we are taking a chapter-based approach to this particular version of the ED plan, it provides the flexibility and the nimbleness to be able to go back and revisit things as needed.
Okay, that sounds good. And then could you just take a look to see if the idea of micro businesses or some kind of potential of community kitchens or other ideas are in there?
Yes, we'll take a look.
Thank you.
Thank you, council members. On Deputy Mayor Noonhouse.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, as Councilmember Stokes said, we could spend easily a week on this, and it's so great to hear my colleagues, so many great ideas and thoughts here, and you know, about the strategies and how we approach this, and you know, just quickly going through a couple of additional points here. You know, great work again, Philly, Tony, and Jesse. You know, overall, I think the strategies are on point. I do think that, as the mayor and Councilmember Robertson had mentioned, you know, the child care issue is a huge one, and we really need to zone in on that one and focus on that as a removing any barriers from parents being able to work because of that child care issue. The work from home, this could be, you know, to what extent, who knows? But you know, for companies that were concerned about having an extended workforce working from home may not have those same concerns after the pandemic is over. So we could see more and more people working from home, and how that affects our economy, something that we really need to take a look at from an economic development lens. You know, love to hear about the great outbound calls. Great job on that, and so glad we could partner with our Parks Department. You know, great tool on the you know, What's Open East Side. Fantastic. Need to keep that going. Love to see the promoting of our small businesses and restaurants in Bellevue. Again, something we need to keep going, and perhaps even further the types of channels we're using to promote those respective businesses. You know, anything from, you know, being on Bellevue television on our Lake to Lake series, for example. Maybe there's a way we can highlight businesses there, as well as everything that we're doing. And again, the hats off to the streamlining of the permitting, and you know, the ease of picking up orders, the ease of permitting to get additional outdoor seating. All those things are helping. Great to see about the arts perspective here. We need to do more. That industry has been hit so hard, and I know a number of council members care deeply about our arts community. If there's any way that we can do more to help them, and I think Councilmember Zahn mentioned this, you know, help them shift to a more digital identity. You know, perhaps their performances, be it dance or ballet or whatever, can be shifted to online, where they can still maintain a membership, or they can take you know, take ticket sales still in order to have their performances online. So, and again, agree with the sentiments there by Councilmember Robertson in terms of the just optimism for Bellevue. There's a lot of great things happening here. There continue to be a lot of great things. We're still known as maintaining a very business-friendly environment, and there's great things ahead. So look forward to it in September, seeing your overall plan. My only thing would be, I'd like to see a few more specifics at that time, which I'm sure you'll provide. But I think, again, the strategies are on point. So thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Councilmember Stokes. Councilmember Stokes.
Zone, sorry. It's hard to remember when you start talking. You have to hit that little button there. No, it's really great. I really appreciate it. It's very, very thorough, exceedingly thorough. There's a lot to cover in that, and we just kind of touched it on a little bit. I would like to follow up on, I got kind of cut off on that. I was trying to, I do want to talk about some of those things I'm concerned about. And I think the Deputy Mayor just notes a couple of things too, that the new normal is not going to be what we know right now. A lot of it's going to come back, but there are going to be a lot of changes, and how that affects us economically is a big question. And so I think what's good is we're planning on this, we're looking at this, and we're staying ahead of that. And we could come out of this in very, very, very good shape, but it's going to be different. And that's why I'm concerned about looking at the budget. I'm concerned about looking at things in a different way than we tend to be. And I agree with, I think one of the things that Bellevue has going for it is it isn't Seattle, but I do get kind of tired of, the boogeyman of Seattle is kind of guiding our principles. And there are a lot, at the same time, we like the idea that Seattle has a Seattle Foundation that does a lot of work and raises money for both schools and business and arts and culture and human services. So I think we need to really focus on what's great about Bellevue, what we're doing in Bellevue, and how that's going forward. I do want to look more into this creative economy piece is one of the most, I think, exciting parts of this whole thing. And I'm glad to hear so much interest in that. And I do know this new organization and new things are happening in the arts and culture in Bellevue, and we're going to see some changes that we hadn't thought of until now, and I think it's a good thing. Last thing I wanted to say was I really, really appreciate one of my favorite words and approaches to doing business is nimble, and I'm glad to hear it so many, and I'm glad we really are embracing the fact that Bellevue, and your program shows that, is a very nimble, active, and proactive city, and our economic development program is tops on that. So appreciate it very much, and looking forward to actually getting this in place. And I don't know, we need to have a whole lot more discussion of this because it's great, and we can push it forward when you come back to it. And then, of course, we're going to have different, briefings from time to time, just a lot of work to be done, but fantastic work. And I'm excited to make this, working to make this happen. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Stokes. So just a quick comment here. I thought that our city did such a good job of partnering with the chamber and with the BDA and with the whole Recovery 425 program. I mean, our small businesses got so many resources, and the resource page on the City of Bellevue website updating so frequently was really important. And I'm very proud of our city for providing that kind of support for our businesses. And so now as we move forward, I think everybody has said this in their own way. It's an amazing time to look at the arts in the most innovative way that we can. I mean, arts are come out of strong feelings and strong reactions to stimulus. And boy, if we haven't just had one, this is the time to support the artists and to support the people who love the arts. So I know that I have a good friend who has been doing creating Zoom concerts every week with a different artist. And to be able to sit in the comfort of your home and have an intimate musical experience like that, you can watch the musician feel like you're one-on-one is pretty amazing. So I have to think that we can harness that potential in the arts. And then in terms of tourism, I'm probably going to get in a lot of trouble for saying this, but wouldn't this be a great time to do some kind of parasailing out of Maidenbower Bay? Like, get in the boat, cruise out of the bay, and then once you're in the middle of Lake Washington, have that kind of tourist experience. I just think that that's one that satisfies all the requirements for the COVID economy. So I'd be up for that. Anyway, I really am excited to see the next steps of this, and I want to thank you again for all the support you have provided for our community and our businesses. We have a direction we can offer to staff, and that is to work with EY to prepare a full draft of the economic development plan based on these recommended strategies and the implementation approach. And I would include all the comments that the council members have made, consider that, and then to return to council in September 2020 to present those items. And I believe I've heard a head nod of sorts from each council member, but I will give you guys a chance. We'll unmute for a moment if you have any comments further about that. If that direction does not reflect your intent, please let me know. Okay, so hearing none, that is the direction, and thank you very much for your presentation tonight.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, members of council. We look forward to seeing you in September.
Great.
All right.
Okay, next on the list is the land use code amendment for East Main Station area. Oh, hold on, I'm sorry. One thing I wanted to tell the council members is there has been an East King County Community Fund that has been created that was announced last week. And that is a branch of the Seattle Fund that will funnel money directly to East King County, of which we're a large part of that. So that's the good news. We should be seeing that going out in the next few weeks. Okay, so City Manager, could you please introduce the next topic?
Yes, thank you, Mayor and council members. The next topic is the Land Use Code Amendment for the East Main Station area. Just by way of background, this is the first in a series of study sessions for council to consider the Land Use Code Amendment for the East Main Station area, which will create a new part 20.225Q in the Land Use Code. Staff's going to review the strategy of council to move forward with the review of topics of interest in the Land Use Code Amendment and present the first topic area, which is streets and blocks, for council's review. And in terms of direction, although no formal action is requested, staff is seeking direction on the content of the first topic area, again, which is streets and blocks. Joining us this evening is Mike Brennan, the Director of our Development Services Department, Trisna Tanis, the Consulting Attorney, Nick Whipple, Senior Planner, again, of the Development Services Department. Also joining us is Matt Cummins, the Director of Community Development, and Neil King, the Assistant Director of the same department. With that, I'm going to go ahead and turn over to Mike to begin the presentation. Mike?
Thank you, Mr. Miyake. Good evening again, Mayor Robinson, Deputy Mayor Neuenhuis, and council members. We're testing our council meeting endurance again here tonight, getting back on rhythm. So the topic, as Mr. Miyake mentioned, is the Land Use Code Amendment that implements the policy direction provided by the council for the East Main planning area. So you can click the next slide, please. So the direction that we're seeking from tonight's presentation is really related to the topic area of streets and blocks. So specifically block length and size to create small walkable blocks that are part of the vision that contribute to the character of the neighborhood that was described in the council policy direction. Provisions for new streets, how streets are configured within this neighborhood, and then flexibility exceptions where there are environmentally sensitive areas or physical obstructions that make meeting the block dimensional requirements and other street configuration requirements challenging. There's options to deal specifically with those particular features on the site. Next slide, please. The agenda, the topics we want to cover tonight are really an introduction, reintroduction, I guess, of this planning area, just provide some context. Remind people about that haven't been involved for a while about the nature of the work and where we're trying to go, where the council has directed us to go in replanning this part of the city near a light rail station. The council has provided that policy direction in the CPA and in guiding principles, and we've used that direction to draft this first piece of the code, and we'll highlight those policies and how they relate to the topic area this evening further down in the presentation. And then again, we'll be seeking specific direction from the council or feedback about this particular topic area. Just before we move on to the next slide, I just want to make a couple quick comments about meetings with stakeholders and some of the recent feedback that we've received. So we have been meeting with stakeholders over the past several weeks as we've developed this land use code to understand their interests, and we'll continue those meetings in the weeks ahead as we continue to develop the different segments of the code as this evolves and we get additional feedback. Over the last couple days, the council has received written feedback and some comment letters, some suggesting edits to the code. We haven't had an opportunity to really evaluate those suggested edits yet, but we will do that, and we'll continue to develop the code with the stakeholders that suggested those changes and incorporate the amendments where they align with where the council has directed this to go and where they make the code more understandable. And some of those edits appear to be really good clarifications that I think were helpful. So I think that will be, I think, a beneficial ongoing working relationship with the various stakeholders that are leaning in on this. Additionally, you heard tonight about one of the key interests from one of the major property owners, and that's really to provide an allowance for construction of parking structures under streets in the development area, and asking that there's more certainty provided that that option will be allowed in development proposals. They made a suggestion for some amendments to the code. I'm not certain that that amendment is the right solution, but we are certainly going to continue to explore that interest and options to provide higher level of certainty as we continue to develop the code. The council did provide some direction on considering use of larger below-grade garages to promote a shared and efficient parking resource, but also limit the congestion in the pedestrian environment on the surface. And so we're certainly responding to that direction. But again, like I said, we'll need to work a little bit harder to find a way to try to meet the interest of the stakeholder while at the same time ensuring that we can accomplish the other goals that we've established. So with that, I'm going to hand it to Mac, who can provide a little bit more of the background and context on this particular planning effort. Mac?
Thanks, Mike. Charmaine, can we jump to the next slide? Okay, by way of introduction and background, obviously the code is just one step in a series of steps to go from an idea to full implementation and realizing a vision. So in the interest of time, we'll just be super brief on this slide, but the first idea started really with the Eastlink work and getting light rail coming through downtown Bellevue. And the idea to leverage that public investment into a new neighborhood and into redevelopment and continued economic development in the city started a dialogue in 2013, and the council appointed a CAC to look into those different issues and create a vision and give some ideas for consideration to the community and to the council. And so that report was accepted by the city council in 2016, and then everybody got to work on changing the vision in the city's comprehensive plan. And so that process was ongoing and finished up in May of 19. And then coming out of that, council will likely recall there were some other discussions about the implementing ordinances and the LUCA itself and what some guiding principles would want to be. And so as Mr. Brennan just mentioned, you all adopted some supplemental guiding principles to supplement the original guiding principles and gave direction to staff to go work on those things. And we believe that we've put together a work program that will allow you to implement the vision that you've set out and asked us to write code for you on. And so the cross-departmental effort that's been ongoing for the last year or so has been how to take those guiding principles and put them into actual land use code. And so what we did was we put together a briefing for the council, just so everyone in the public knows what that is, rather than spending an entire study session talking about what the process would look like. We briefed the council on what the process would look like, and starting tonight with the very first study session. And so we believe that saved a certain amount of time just by allowing us to dig right into the first topical area, which, as Mr. Brennan mentioned, is streets and blocks, which is really usually the first foundational element of starting to take a fairly large planning area and deciding how to implement a vision, which includes walkable, pedestrian, and multimodal oriented transportation systems. So let's go to the next slide. And this is a slide that shows the whole East Main planning area, which runs from Main Street down to Southeast 8th and 112th over to 114th Avenue. It's a fairly significant and large geographic area. Council has heard from a number of stakeholders, particularly in the north portion of the area, which is likely to be the first properties to redevelop, although no one has a perfect crystal ball in looking at those. I want to point the council a couple of major things to think about as we get into some of this discussion. You'll see where the station itself is at the northwestern corner of the planning area. That's also very close to the confluence of some significant transportation facilities, notably the crossing of two significant bike trails and bike infrastructure, the Lake to Lake Trail and the Lake Washington Loop Trail. So you'll have a fair amount of bicycle traffic making its way in and out of downtown, connecting to the Grand Connection, which is a little bit further up to the north, and then over through Wilburton, which will be a separate planning effort kicking off here in the fall, and up to East Rail. So the main ideas around the context and the big picture vision was to take what was really a fairly low density, hotel-oriented, freeway-type development and create a very compact, high-density, very walkable, livable type of urban neighborhood. And the council gave a number of guiding principles to try to implement that. So I think as I hand it off here, and we're going to talk about what the code itself will do and the specific feedback tonight, I'd also like to just mention, as we just worked through a number of economic development strategies, a number of those other policy documents council has recently adopted or are updating now are going to come into play as we get into more of the topical areas, notably jobs, housing imbalance, and how much housing the city may want to require on this site to leverage its access to the transit, affordable housing, the types of business, how to do ground floor and active uses, what the retail markets look like and how they want to leverage against the TOD. So there's a whole lot of things that are going to come up, and we will do our best and have our staff bring those other policies that you've already adopted to you for your consideration as you look at adopting the land use code to implement that vision. So with that, I'm going to hand it off to our Assistant Director in Community Development, Emil King, to walk you through some of the other vision principles.
Thanks, Mac. Next slide, please, Charmaine. Good evening, Council. I'd like to please briefly highlight the range of topical areas encompassed in the recently adopted comprehensive plan policies for East Main that, along with Council's guiding principles, are the foundation for development of the East Main land use code provisions. These topical areas that you see in this slide are the ingredients that you can envision working together will fulfill Bellevue's vision and policy direction for new transit-oriented development to occur at East Main. Many of these topical areas are familiar to you as you guide the city consistent with the council's vision for future development in East Main and the rest of our growth corridor. We've arranged the discussion of topical areas with council at this and future meetings to occur in a logical manner that we believe will allow the council to make progress on each topic and see how these areas of focus complement and reinforce one another. Next slide, please, Charmaine. The East Main TOD is a prime example in the city of our ongoing work to leverage regional investments in transit, pedestrian and bicycle facilities, and other complementary travel modes. The East Main Light Rail Station will serve this area with high quality, frequent, reliable service. Transit-oriented development here at East Main has the opportunity to really optimize transit use through a compact mix of housing, retail, and office uses within a very walkable, pedestrian-oriented character. This helps provide travel options to reduce the demand for parking and the use of single occupancy vehicles consistent with the city's vision. Next slide, please, Charmaine. A well-planned ground level experience encourages activity and interest along sidewalks and open spaces. It provides an area that is welcoming, can include neighborhood services such as cafes and restaurants, and supports economic development in the city. The topic will be covered in an upcoming study session with council, where we'll go into a bit of the design details, but this topic is an example of something that's very supported by creating a highly walkable and welcoming TOD area. Next slide, please, Charmaine. Parks and open space are also a hallmark of Bellevue's urban landscape. Open space in the East Main area will connect to the larger Bellevue Parks and Trail system. Some of the key characteristics cited in the East Main policy direction are having well-landscaped open space, well-integrated open space to adjacent uses, and open space that is accessible to and visible from the East Main Light Rail Station. This topic, again, will be covered in an upcoming study session. Next slide, please, Charmaine. As we study and learn from best practices for transit-oriented development and see examples of new mixed-use urban neighborhoods developed in Bellevue, walkable block sizes are an essential element. Council principles state the importance of a network of streets with smaller blocks that support pedestrian, bicycle use, and vehicular use. Streets can take many forms, from low-speed local streets supporting vehicular access to pedestrian-only streets. The council principles seek to ensure that the block lengths are shorter in East Main than downtown super blocks, being 600 feet on each side, and more comparable to the developing block pattern in the Bell Red sub-area. This is a recent image of the Spring District in Belle Red. It's the first 25 acres of the full 36 acres in the Spring District, primarily south of Spring Boulevard. The Spring District has a very walkable block pattern with roughly a dozen blocks, generally in the 250 to 300 foot range on each side, with a few departures that were worked out during the master plan phase. In most cases, the perimeter of the blocks you see on this graphic are 1,200 feet or less. As we look for examples both within downtown and our other areas as Belle Red, we do learn from and incorporate those best practices into our ongoing work. With that, I'd like to now please turn it over to Trisna, who's going to go into detail on the land use code topical areas that are the focus for tonight's discussion.
Thank you, Emil. Good evening again, Mayor, Deputy Mayor, Council members. In the next couple slides, I will go over how we plan to cover the topic areas in the next several study sessions as Council considers the East Main LUCA. As you know, in your part of your briefings, these topic areas are organized as how a development proposal is planned, going from the foundational pieces at the station area at that macro level down to the micro building level. So we are in our first study session, so we will be covering topic area 1, streets and blocks. This topic area would include policy decisions that Council will be asked to make, specifically regarding street pattern and activation and block sizes. In topic area 2, site organization, we plan to cover topics related to ground floor and active uses, open space, some of the things that you heard from Emil, and parking. And in topic area 3, building design, we plan to cover economic analysis, the amenity incentive program, building height, floor area ratio, and non-residential and residential mix of uses. Next slide, please. So again, tonight's meeting is focused on topic area 1, streets and blocks. Staff is asking for confirmation and decisions related to the components of streets and blocks, specifically on block sizes, the maximum perimeter and block length, which of course establish the right-of-way pattern within East Main, and the components of this right-of-way system, which for purposes of the land use code and its definition in the land use code may be made up of vehicular streets or pedestrian pathways or both, and where those components may be located within the East Main station area. The plan is then to move on to topic area 2, site organization, at the next study session. Next slide, please. This slide shows our anticipated schedule. Tonight's meeting is shown by the red arrow, focused on streets and blocks, with the second topic area, site organization, currently scheduled for the end of this month on July 27th. We then plan on going to topic area 3, building design, which we are anticipating 2 study sessions, one in September and another in October. We are proposing to cover the substantive policy topics in 4 back-to-back study sessions and to have the public hearing occurring in November and then adoption potentially in December. We note, as Mr. Brennan pointed out earlier, we are engaging with our stakeholders. We have met with the homeowner associations of Bellcrest and Surrey Downs, as well as the property owners of the East Main station area, including Bellevue Club and the WIGs. We have been able to provide preliminary information on our recommendations to the stakeholders, as well as to gain a better understanding of their priorities and loop back to answer questions and to provide clarifications. The orange line that you see running at the bottom of the page shows the stakeholder interactions, as well as our plan to continue to have the open dialogue throughout this process. Next slide, please. So Council, as noted earlier, adopted East Main Comprehensive Plan Amendment and Guiding Principles already. These policies and principles are to implement Council's vision for the East Main station area. So in turn, the Land Use Code Amendment that Council is considering now will implement these adopted comprehensive plan policies and guiding principles. And in developing the recommendations for the components of this topic area, as well as going forward for the other topic areas, staff has looked at the adopted comprehensive plan amendment policies and the consolidated guiding principles. As you can see from the slide, a comprehensive plan amendment has generalized policies. The land use code amendment would then implement those comprehensive plan generalized policies. And during development review, the column on the salmon color at the right, this is when we would apply the land use code to a specific project. It is important to note that during development review, we do look at not just the land use code, but all applicable city codes, including transportation code, utilities code, construction code, all of the development regulations that the city has in place. So the city's code structure is also a big part of how staff develop our recommendations. For streets and blocks in particular, there are substantial regulatory overlaps between the land use code, transportation code, and utilities code. As such, our recommendations are informed by coordinating with other staff with expertise in these codes to ensure that the land use code amendment works together with these codes and to avoid duplications and conflicts. For instance, the Transportation Development Code, Chapter 1460 of the Bellevue City Code, provides that the Transportation Department Director has the authority to classify streets during development review. So in these types of instances, we look to the structure and framework of the land use code as well as the other codes in developing the East Main new Part 2025Q. We have also indicated in the code outline in attachment B of the agenda packet which land use chapters we are using as a starting point in modeling the East Main code. This is merely a template that we use, again, as a starting point. It does not mean that we're copying and pasting the substance of the provisions, only that framework or outline, or perhaps word choices that we have found to be successful in implementing that particular section. For instance, while we look at the Eastgate and Bellred sections for streets and blocks for the structure, phrasing, or text, we're not actually copying the actual block size or street requirements necessarily. Instead, for the substance of the code provisions, we look at what council has adopted in terms of policies and principles. We're also mindful that this is a land use code amendment, not necessarily a review of a development proposal. So we want to make sure that this land use code amendment is workable and would be something that we can certainly review when we do have a development proposal. We want to make sure that the code is appropriate under which to do the review. Next slide, please. For streets and blocks, we provided a complete list of the applicable policies and principles that we referenced in developing our recommendations, but there are a few here that we want to particularly highlight. By these adopted policies, council directed that East Main should be walkable, so a pattern of small walkable blocks is desired. Also, there should be a new north-south street and 2 east-west streets created on an as-needed basis. And there should be a network of streets and pedestrian facilities that are consistent with city standards. Next slide, please. A few more key policies that we considered. We want to make sure that block lengths are smaller than downtown and instead should be comparable to Bellred. We also looked at that the network of rights-of-way with smaller blocks are there to support pedestrian and bicycle use, and that we should allow for these blocks edges to be defined in multiple manners: streets, through block connections, pedestrian paths, bicycle paths, and open spaces. So these adopted policies are what we referenced and used in developing our recommendations, which I'll now turn it over to Nick to further explain.
Thank you. Good evening, Council. Continuing on with the presentation, I will provide a brief overview of the streets and blocks essentials, and then move it into the staff recommendations, and then send it back to Mr. Brennan to conclude the presentation. So to begin with Streets and Blocks Essentials, we have a list here of what the adopted policies and principles generally direct staff to do and what to avoid when developing recommendations for streets and blocks. And an image you are likely familiar with on the right is the Spring District that Emil spoke about earlier, which includes the REI headquarters on that north edge, Global Innovative Exchange Campus or GIX, and Facebook headquarters, as well as a large public open space, small walkable blocks, and residential development along the perimeter there. So streets and blocks are used as a tool for urban design. The provisions of streets and blocks is essential and a foundational strategy that will shape the neighborhood experience. The correct block size will facilitate an activated public realm. We're also looking to provide a compact urban form. So block sizes will be used as a tool to support a compact urban form appropriate to East Main's physical setting. Also, we are looking for connected and multimodal opportunities within East Main and to the broader city network. So recommendations to create a network of streets to provide connections for all modes, and by integrating East Main with adjacent streets, the TOD will support better transit use. And consistent with Council's policies are the need for a walkable and pedestrian-friendly public realm. Typically, smaller block sizes support easy foot travel, which is the goal here. And then lastly, we're looking to provide a sense of safety and security. So with the recommendations to create a safe and secure street pattern that is well lit, highly visible, free of potential vehicular conflicts, and accessible to all users. Some of the items that we want to avoid are larger unwalkable blocks. As mentioned earlier, there are adopted policies and principles that recognize a highly connected street pattern with smaller blocks will shorten walking distances between destinations. We also want to avoid smaller inflexible blocks. Very small blocks can have physical constraints on use and parking in particular. And as the lot sizes increase, developers tend to have more options. And lastly, we want to avoid a campus-like or privatized experience. So in shaping the neighborhood experience, it's important to improve access and permeability to the TOD. So we want to avoid an inward-focused private campus experience and rather have multiple at-grade entry points into the TOD to ensure equitable access. Next slide, please. So looking at some of the block size considerations, here are a few examples of block sizes that can be found in the city and relatively close to the city. So moving from left to right, we first have the large downtown Bellevue superblocks, which are 600 feet by 600 feet, which is a perimeter distance of 2,400 feet. We have direction from Guiding Principle Mobility 4, which suggests smaller block sizes than downtown Bellevue and something that's more comparable to the blocks in Bell Red. Moving over to the next image, another example are the block sizes we see in the South Lake Union neighborhood of Seattle, which are approximately 390 feet by 270 feet. That's a perimeter distance of about 1,300 feet. And then lastly, we have downtown Portland, which is commonly referenced in the planning world as a walkable neighborhood, which has been largely attributed to the neighborhood's small walkable blocks, which are, as you see, 230 feet by 230 feet, which is a perimeter distance of 920 feet. Next slide, please. So staff recommendations are based on the East Main Comprehensive Plan goals and policies, as well as the council guiding principles, which direct staff to develop a way to include smaller organized blocks and patterns of lots that allow for flexible circulation patterns within the TOD area. In particular, we've looked to Southwest Bellevue Policy 52, which suggests fostering a walkability with a pattern of small walkable blocks. And as mentioned earlier, ensuring by Guiding Principle Mobility 4 that block lengths are smaller than downtown and comparable to Bell Red. So the recommendations that staff put forward for the maximum total perimeter block distance is comparable to what we're seeing developing in Bell Red and what was recommended in the Eastgate TOD, which are contextually related to East Main, and that the goal in these areas is to introduce a new street system that improves mobility by creating a connected street network and in turn walkable block sizes. So the graphic on the right shows what that perimeter distance is meant to look like. And because the comprehensive plan and the guiding principles prioritize an active and safe, inviting pedestrian environment along 1/12, a recommendation of a maximum north-south block length of 350 feet is provided in order to support that walkable environment envisioned in the plan policies, comprehensive plan policies. Next slide, please. So with these street recommendations, the new blocks within East Main will be framed by a network of streets to support TOD development. The streets will also, at a future study session date, help to define some of the frontages and design expectations, which will contribute to the public realm. The figure on the left illustrates the general location of the existing perimeter streets, as well as the new street system to improve multimodal mobility throughout the East Main TOD. The figure shows two types of streets. The heavy dash line, which is the first street type in the legend, are the pre-located streets. And then the other street type is labeled as potential streets. And we can discuss what that means in a moment. The streets shown on the figure illustrate a possible representation of how circulation and connectivity can be achieved within the East Main TOD. And it's important to note that streets are built entirely through the land development process. And the provision of a new street is required based on the perimeter block size requirements, which is listed as item A there on the bullet, pre-located street requirements, or as determined by the director to satisfy transportation or utility requirements. New streets will provide access to specific land uses and connections for multiple developments or land uses within the East Main TOD. This figure will have, the figure on the left will have little to no effect on a property owner that is not planning to develop or make significant changes to their property. It's simply a tool for describing how streets should be configured if a process that would change the property were to occur. And if a property owner is developing a project, then the streets figure would ensure that the street will provide the necessary travel options to allow higher density and a highly walkable and bikeable neighborhood that supports transit use. And lastly, the streets diagram is necessary to implement the East Main comprehensive plan policies in a transparent and predictable way. So by clarifying a street's general location, we can provide quicker answers as development occurs and help facilitate the type of street that will support more travel options, which will lead to that highly livable neighborhood with higher density environment and a functional high quality public realm that as outlined in the council's vision. Next slide, please. So staff proposes two street types within the East Main TOD district. So the first type is our pre-located streets. The pre-located streets were shown in that heavier dark dash line on that previous slide. There are two east-west streets and one north-south street that are proposed to be pre-located streets. The two east-west streets, so one is on the south side of what's currently the Red Lion Hotel property, and the other is on the north side of the Bellevue Athletic Club property between the Hilton site and the Bellevue Athletic Club property. The supporting policy language for the pre-located streets includes policy SSW 55, which states create a new north-south street and two new east-west streets as needed. The as needed language is ultimately determined at the permitting stage, but we want to acknowledge this adopted policy in the street plan. The pre-located streets are shown in their preferred location, and they are designed for both pedestrians and vehicles. The street section below highlights what that anticipated street configuration would look like. The second type of street that was depicted on that previous slide are potential streets. And the potential streets provide circulation and connectivity, and they are flexible in that they may be designed for pedestrians or vehicles or both, or open space. In both cases, both street types, the director is authorized to require a specific type and width of street to satisfy transportation and utility requirements for future development. And the director, we built flexibility into the land use code amendment to allow the director to approve modifications to the location and type of streets that are shown in the figure. So staff looked to guiding principle mobility 4, which directs staff to provide options for streets, such as through block connections, pedestrian paths, and open spaces to define block edges. That's where the flexibility to choose what type of street is permitted or allowed. And we've also looked to guiding principle mobility 5, which directs flexibility in pursuing rectilinear or curved blocks and allows streets to be pedestrian and or vehicular as the basis for this recommended flexibility that we have here. So in other words, the director may decide that a pre-located street is not appropriate, or as the policy language says, needed, as the and they may determine that a different type of street is necessary instead to serve the proposed development. So that concludes the recommendations. I'll turn it back to Mike to conclude the staff presentation.
Thanks, Nick. Charmaine, can click to the next slide. Thank you. So again, the three topical, or in this topical area, the three pieces of, I guess, feedback that we're looking for is primarily based on the descriptions that Mr. Whipple just provided, really around block size and length, the provisions for new streets and the street layout within the area, and then the flexibility exceptions and how there is allowances for either environmentally sensitive areas or physical barriers that allow for adjustments to the street layout. And then, as you just described, the nature of the development would suggest a different configuration, street type, et cetera, where that would happen as a development proposal was advanced. So again, it's trying to provide a balance between some certainty in what the requirements are, but flexibility to accommodate various types of development proposals that might advance to make sure we can accommodate all of those. But again, trying to get to a place where we've got the right balance between that clarity and that flexibility. So Mayor, I'll turn it back to you. We can certainly take each of these topic areas independent and go back up to the, for example, the block size recommendation slide and take feedback that way or however you wish.
I think that's a good idea. I think we need to have that picture in front of us.
Okay, so Charmaine, can you go to slide 19, which is, there you go. So this would be the first recommendation, which was, as described, kind of the balance in a bunch of different scenarios that we looked at that achieved a block size that seemed to fit in this development area, but really created that kind of permeable, walkable environment that's facing the transit station across the street, inviting people in and creating an active environment. So I'm looking for any feedback from council on this particular recommendation.
Can you also, is it possible to show the picture of the whole parcel with the possible streets there with the?
We can show, I think, one at a time. So it'd be the next slide, Charmaine. We could bounce between them if that helps. Sure.
Yeah, okay. So I'm gonna go and call in this order, Councilmember Barksdale, Councilmember Robertson, Stokes, Neuenhuis, Lee, Zahn, and then me. So starting with Councilmember Barksdale.
All right, thank you. If you could go back actually to the previous slide. There we go. And I was curious about the movement between the blocks and what we have in mind there in terms of making that easier, because I think I agree with having walkable blocks, make sure they're not too long and too wide, but I guess movement between the blocks is, I'm curious about that.
So any team member want to respond to that question?
Sure. So with the idea of breaking up these blocks, it's creating a pattern of streets that make it easier for people to move through the site. And so with the example or the diagram that's shown here of the perimeter block size, this is really based on what we're seeing play out in Bell Red as an example. So the Spring District has the same standard of 1,200 feet And so that's really facilitated a walkable environment within that area. Is that help to answer your question?
Yeah, I guess I'm just thinking, I mean, I'm thinking about Bell Red. I mean, it seems pretty wide. I've walked around it. So just curious about how any other decisions we're making, like looking to make here in terms of making that walkable to make it easy to move between.
So at a future study session date, when we begin to talk about site organization, so at the end of this month, we will talk about what that ground floor experience might look like through active ground floor uses, which also contribute to that walkability factor. So you've got, of course, the dimensional standard, which is our block size, but then you've got what the developments are doing to help contribute or further that walkability and really leverage that block size to create that successful pedestrian realm that we're looking for.
Got it. Thank you.
It's me who's muted. Sorry. Councilmember Robertson.
Thank you. I'd like to go back a little bit and think about the context of this site. We spent a lot of time on the comp plan amendment. Of course, the CAC and the Planning Commission, or the CAC spent time on the original overall plan, and then the Planning Commission spent time on the comp plan. We spent a lot of time on it. We've talked about this a lot. The thing that makes this area different, it's about 60 acres total. I would guess about a quarter to a third of it is undevelopable because of the wetlands and the stream. But the thing that makes this parcel different than a lot of others is where it is and how it is. And what I mean by that is it is, of course, next to a light rail station. We want to have it very walkable, bikeable for ped bike access. We're expecting to have a lot of transit-oriented development. But really, the access needs to be between the 112th and the light rail station and into the site, not necessarily through the site, because there's no place to go. The east side of the site is 114th, which is a frontage road, and then there's the freeway, and you can't get across the freeway from there. So really making sure that we have a very small blocks where people can get moving and around. There's no place to go except within the site, and it's owned by the Bellevue Club, and then the rest that's going to be potentially redeveloped is owned by one family. So they want to make sure, obviously they want to make sure that you can get in and around, but it's important to see that context. The other context that's really important here is the topography of this site. Number one, it's a slope that goes down towards the freeway. Number two, the water table here is incredibly high. So unlike a lot of other places in downtown, you can't dig down and do a large underground parking garage because the water table is just too high. So you're going to have some surface structured parking that's going to use the slope. So in order to work with that, we need to make sure that we set the blocks and streets appropriately. So to me, the block size, I don't know that they need to be as small as Bell Red. 350 times 4 is 1,400 for maximum perimeter. So I would be inclined to put the maximum perimeter at 1,300 or 1,400. But also, I want to make sure that the exceptions on the blocks are for the stream or wetland, and also the portions that are abutting 114th, because there's no place to go there until you're at Southeast 8th. You can't get out. You're just stuck next to the freeway. So to have a whole bunch of small blocks there, all it does is unnecessarily break up the ability to develop. And one of the reasons that downtown has been so successful is because of the larger blocks, to allow single developers, fee developers to, or develop and hold owners to develop larger buildings, as well as internal pedestrian facilities, including plazas and the like. And so that's something that's really important. The other thing to keep in mind is our guiding principles specifically talked about wanting to have an ability to do larger floor plates, because the tech industry, which Bellevue has a lot of, needs those larger floor plates. The downtown does not have the ability to have floor plates as large as a lot of these companies would want. And we specifically looked at this area because it's an island to be able to do some of those larger floor plates. So I don't want to have anything that we're doing with regard to block sizes interrupt the ability to do that. So now I know I've gone a little bit longer, but now I have a question. What are the block sizes? I've saw two parts that are near downtown or in downtown that I think are comparable. One is the OLB north of Main that we did through the downtown livability. The other is the property that used to be owned by QFC that was a office campus that I think it's north of Northeast 10th and west of Bellevue Way. I'd like to know those. I think that's about the same size. So what is the size of that, and how do the block size recommendation here compare to the block sizes that were used in the OLB under the downtown livability and in the redevelopment of the, I think it used to be owned by PDC.
Does anybody, Emil, are you familiar with the block sizes in the OLB? I don't recall specifically what they are.
The parcels in the OLB are about 5 acres in size. So the Sheraton site, and then as you go north between 2nd and 4th, they're approximately 5 acres in size. For reference, a downtown super block is between 8.5 and 9 acres in size. And then the property that the Whigs own in total is about 15.5 acres in size when you combine the Hilton and the Red Lion site together.
How big is the Red Lion? Do you know?
I'm not familiar specifically with how large.
That's okay. Sorry to interrupt. Go ahead.
Yeah, in total, it's 16 acres. We can pull out the exact number for each specific parcel as well.
So, but what my question was about the block sizes. You said the sizes of the parcels in the OLB. I don't know about the PDC site, but what did we require for block sizes for those in the land use code for those two areas?
Right, and in the downtown area, the PMF site, for example, is approximately 350 to 380 feet going in a east-west direction, and then in north-south, it's roughly just shy of 600 feet. There is one provision in the land use code for essentially an east-west connection going through the site, and that was just as not a street per se, but a pedestrian through block connection through that site. So essentially cut that one site into two. Within the land use code throughout downtown, there are similar provisions for what are called through block connections. So they essentially would separate out the 8.5 to 9 acre sites into smaller pieces. While maybe if you ask another question, I can check for the site up there at the QFC as well.
All right, thanks. And I would just say I'm going to stop and let someone else talk. But Mayor, I think we're going to need to extend the meeting tonight. This is a big topic, and we're never going to get through it in the next 13 minutes.
I agree with you. Why don't we go to 10:30 and we can stop early if we choose. Is there a motion to go to 10:30?
I'll move to 10:30. Is
there a second?
Everyone's probably muted.
I'm trying to unmute everybody randomly.
Second.
Thank you. All those in favor say aye.
Aye. That's one way to kill emotion. Thanks.
Yeah, I know.
Just keep us muted.
Okay. Okay, next up we have Councilmember Stokes.
Finally unmuted. I voted for the motion, but I wasn't on. I'm a little confused on this to a certain extent, but so you're suggesting we don't really make a decision on anything concrete at this point.
I think we're looking for general direction. We need to, at some level, start to settle down some of these key elements of the land use code because they kind of build on each other. So you heard the next topic is dealing with kind of ground core activation. So
yeah.
But if council needs some additional information or time, we can certainly provide that. And remember, we're not asking for adoption tonight of anything. We're just asking for some direction and or some clarity about where the council would like us to go.
So we would keep as it states, it's with the, I guess what's the term? The potential, or not the potential, but the predetermined is basically as needed. So it's not saying if we decide on this, it's going to be exactly as you put on here. They could be, drawn all kinds of different ways. The other thing concerns me is that, again, is the conversation, the way it started out in the presentation was as if we were going to develop this whole big piece down there. And the reality is we're only developing about a third of it. And the other pieces, they really don't have anything except some dotted lines in there. And we know we're not going to do much down on southeast 8th, if anything. And the Bellevue Club's we're not going to do anything with it. So I still have that problem with talking about this whole area as if we're going to do something to it, and we're really going to specifically do something at this top end. And I think that's what we have to focus on. So what really works for there? And it is different because it is close to the TOD. The others aren't. The other thing is, I think that, I guess the question is, if we adopt the language you're suggesting or something around that, what does it really mean in terms of the actual development that will take place? Where does the decision be made that actually says the road will go here as opposed to here? We're not making that decision still, right?
That's correct. So the way that the actual physical road location and the profile of the road, features of the road happens as part of a development proposal when they start coming in with their entitlements, and then ultimately the engineering that goes along with the necessary construction permit. So until we have the actual development in front of us, whether it's residential or it's an office building or a mix of a hotel, a range of different things creates a different scenario that you try to respond to. And what the code does is provides us that kind of direction on, this is what we're trying to create in this area. We're trying to create smaller blocks, a walkable environment. And these are the dimensions that we need to work within, with some flexibility as was described. So again, it's trying to provide some guidance, I guess, some direction on how development proposals need to be prepared for developing in this particular area to achieve the vision that's defined in the principles and the council policy adoptions.
Okay. So what we're basically saying is these are just the sketches on the map. They're kind of logical in the sense of the east-west, the north-south one you have in here. Looking at it doesn't necessarily make sense, and particularly as for cars or whatever. And there are other options anyhow to look at. So we're not really baking it in tonight. So that's one thing that's interesting. Secondly, I'm not quite sure why Councilmember Robertson talked about the water table. My understanding is that an underground garage is there's interest in that, and it is workable. But the decision on the street will not have any impact on whether an underground garage is built or not. Is that correct?
So the question about building a garage under the street has been a point of discussion with the property owners. And the council did, in your principles, ask that we explore how we maximize the size of garages so that they're efficient and minimize the need for conflict on the surface with the pedestrian environment. So below grade garages. So again, there are technical issues that you need to consider as you're thinking about the development and how the roads either work with and above parking garage, or in some instances where there are technical conflicts that wouldn't allow it to happen because you're trying to accomplish other development needs, like the utilities or some other feature that prevents them to be in the same space, so to speak, a garage in the road. Again, we're trying to find a path that allows for that to occur and provide that certainty, while at the same time being clear that there are other things that need to be considered as you think about how a garage would be laid out with a road system here.
But we do have similar garages built already in close proximity.
So we do have examples. One place where there is a garage that extends under city street is in the Bellevue collection, where between Lincoln Center and the corner building garage, there's essentially a connection underneath Northeast State Street, which is an easement that was granted to Kemper Development to allow for those connections between the garage. So the garage is actually under the road. Yes. Yeah.
So what we're, I guess I'm trying to, because we spent how many years have we been working on this, and it's a big piece, but it's really not that big. We spent a lot less time, it seems, on bigger pieces. So what if we make this decision eventually by the end of the year, hopefully, or it still is not going to make I'm trying to say that it's still not going to say the streets shall be exactly as we're painting on a piece of paper. The question is, so that and we're looking at this block size recommendations, we can adopt that or adopt something along that, but it still doesn't say exactly what can be done. So there still is the flexibility then for the developer to, after the Lucas put together, to say, this is what we're proposing to build. And if it meets in various ways, and we have the possibility of a circular or different sizes of streets or different things. So all of those things are not precluded. We're working towards just a framework, but we're not saying the road shall be here and shall be here. Although some of them, there's some that are logical and some that are not necessarily. So again, this isn't making a decision except for the principles and ideas of where this would go in here, but there's still a lot. So what you're saying is, if we get this put in place with all the reservations, everything is as the language says now, as needed is the question. What is needed is something that's decided later, correct?
So the specifics of how you apply the code happens later in the development process. The code sets the framework that really implements the vision. So the goal is to provide enough specificity in the code that it reflects the vision that the council has articulated in the policy direction, but enough flexibility to allow creative development to happen that makes sense in the market, that is an interesting place to be.
Right.
Yeah.
One other question, I'll wrap up. Is what's the grid proposal on the Sheridan site?
Can you go back to slide 20, Charmaine? We'll click one. And so, Nick, can you speak to that, or?
Just to one clarification, Councilmember Stokes, are you referring to the Sheraton site north of Main Street, or are we referring to one of the hotels?
No, yeah, I'm talking about the one on the block. Is it Sheridan, or is that the
Hilton?
No, it's up at another on north of the Red Lion.
North of Main Street.
North of Main Street, yeah.
Okay.
I mean, because that was mentioned. That's an OLB, but it's I'm just curious about that.
Right. I don't have the specifics on that. Emil, I'm not sure if you do either, but we can certainly follow up with that information.
Okay.
Okay,
right.
Thank you, Councilmember Stokes. Are you done?
Yeah, that's fine right now.
Okay. Deputy Mayor Newhouse.
Thank you, Mayor, and great questions and thoughts from my colleagues thus far. And thank you, Mike, Mac, Emil, Trisna, and Nick, so far for the great presentation and overview of the project again for all of us, especially all those things are so important to Bellevue residents, including the open space, the active ground level experience, et cetera. Question for you. So I noticed in the packet that it seemed like a lot of the examples, and forgive me if you covered this already, but a lot of the example code that you were using to compare to East Main were coming from Bellred, Eastgate, and others. Given the proximity to downtown where East Main is, why not just start with the downtown livability code and go from there? I'm just curious why you selected other codes from other parts of the city, given the proximity to downtown.
Trisna, can you and maybe Emil chime in on that question?
Sure, I can start, and Emil, you can add on to it. Specific to the streets and blocks policy topics that you're considering tonight, we looked at Bellred and Eastgate DOD specifically because those locations are, or those districts are where streets weren't existing yet, and we are trying to establish and introduce a new street system. So those make sense for us to use kind of as the starting point, as opposed to downtown or OLB, where the street system is already there in place prior to kind of the downtown code being, the downtown livability code being written. And so that's one of the reasons. But as I kind of tried to explain earlier too, we do look at these codes sort of as the starting point in terms of kind of their outline and framework. I think what we need to probably provide a little bit more detail on that outline that was produced with the agenda materials is really to telegraph and point to those substantive code provisions in the downtown and OLB, because we are in fact using those also and referencing those. We just didn't start out as we didn't use the downtown livability as the outline. It's a very complicated and robust code that may not be quite as appropriate to put in the East Main TOD. Emil, do you have anything to add to that?
I guess just to reinforce that we did look at all the different codes that you had mentioned, and we were trying to definitely have the East Main code as streamlined as possible as well. So that was kind of a recurring theme as we were going through the downtown and Bellred and Eastgate, was to have this East Main code as straightforward and just the minimum provisions necessary to have a kind of a well thought, streamlined TOD area.
Okay. Yeah, because from my perspective, it would be streamlined if you were to start with the downtown code versus looking at some of these other areas. And I'm not an expert. I'm so glad that we do have experts on staff, but to me, it doesn't seem like we're completely starting from scratch in terms of a new street system. So, but I still appreciate that perspective. So I guess the biggest question here. So given the recommendation by staff for a 350-foot length of the north-south blocks. Given that recommendation, and given the information provided by the WIGs, because certainly the large underground parking is kind of a for parking deliveries, et cetera. That's as they've communicated to us, it's kind of a make or break deal to make this project work for them. So given that length of the 350 feet, are they able to successfully still do the type of underground parking that they would like to do on their property on this project to make this project work for them?
I think that's a really good question, because I mean, again, without a specific proposal and understanding exactly the logistics of how the sites will work and the garage configuration will work, it's difficult. But the idea of being able to connect the garage or have a contiguous garage area below the development is something that was, again, signaled by the council that we wanted to explore this idea of large below grade garages. So that really does suggest we need to find a way to allow for, the space under the roads where it's appropriate to actually help create that connectivity. Again, it's hard without a very specific development proposal to say how exactly that would work, but that is certainly something that would be explored as part of a development on this property.
True, but I think we can accomplish some of the goals that you guys so well outlined at the top of the presentation about the open space, active ground level experience, et cetera, if there is that underground parking, and we can minimize the amount of above ground parking and traffic congestion, et cetera. So just my thought on that. Thank you so much for those answers.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Councilmember Lee.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Well, Cakes, could you explain to me why there's such a big difference in opinion, contention on the street and grid? Can you explain that? What is the city's desire? Given the vision that we have, the city has, and the vision the developer has, they want to make sure the developers be successful development, right? And I'm sure they want to have as many people that go to their property, the development, as much as they can. And also, obviously, we want to accommodate our vision, that is going to be approved through this land use development, the zoning, the use that we would like to see in this parcel. So I don't know why we cannot work around it. That's my question. It seems to me that's the lock jam. That's one. Second question is, I'm glad that we kind of all agree that underground parking would be a good thing to do, and the city agrees so much. So I think it seems to be easy thing to work with. But it seems to be, however, another log jam is, well, we don't know whether there's going to be a future problem or what the complication may be. And so we want to know what it is and what it is that may stop us, from our vision. And is it going to be related to the grid and road? I don't know. We haven't heard that. If it is, I think we need to know what it is that prevents the developer and the city from agreeing whether we're going to use the grid, the street, the city proposes, or leave it for the developer to develop whatever that will make sense for the development, as well as considering the city's goal, the city's desire to allow pedestrian, allow transit, allow light rail, allow everything else to, to be enhanced by using this development. I think this is our really a goal. So that's one question. Second question is, I think Deputy Mayor Newhouse mentioned it very correctly. We want to use best case, practice, whether Bellevue or downtown or elsewhere. But to me, I think this is a very small, limited piece of land. It's not going to be a big area like Bellevue Corridor. It's hundreds of acres. Downtown, it's already there. It's a big, commercial area. This isn't a land use that's going to be done in such a way that we have to design the street and grid so that, whatever future development goes in or whatever goes around it has to be compatible with whatever else is. I heard that, yeah, it has to be compatible with downtown, no question. Has to be compatible with Wilburton, yes, no question. And then lead to Mercer through, that's fine. But I think that can be done around the development. I mean, I would imagine it could be, as long as the developer understand what they have to provide the city as either lease easement or as agreement to development to allow those transportation systems to flow through, to connect to other places. Once it gets into the development, it really depends on the developer, how they want to utilize the internal system to enhance, to encourage people who go through their property and ultimately will flow through to Wilburton, go through downtown. You know, they will, I would imagine they would love to get people from the light rail station to get into, you know, their development, because I think that's the nature of business. So that's why I'm wondering, why are there such difference in goals that we cannot be compatible? Why are the disagreement? That's why I'm not quite understanding. I think that's what we need to do. We need to get on that same page, understanding what is the city's vision for this piece of property? What is the developers' vision, so that they can maximize the use of this property to maximize the economic viability and so on. Okay, this is where I'm coming from.
So just a quick response to the first question, Councilmember Lee, about the block size. The conversations with the developer, there's not a lot of differences in opinions about how we accomplish the kind of a smaller block size and that kind of pedestrian orientation. They're suggesting, and again, we haven't had a chance to really look through all of the suggested amendments that have been proposed and then kind of loop back with them and talk about them, but they're suggesting minor adjustments to the length, similar to what Councilmember Robertson suggested as far as the perimeter. And yes, we absolutely are working hard to implement the vision that the council has articulated through policies of what you've asked for here. Those are our touchstones, your principles and your policies. And at the same time, trying to understand the interests of the developers, the property owners in this area, and try to align where we can to help them accomplish their goals as well. It's a back and forth a bit, but it's going to take a little bit more work. But I think we will get to a place that I think we can achieve the majority of the interests here, both from the city and from the development community. Again, it's partly providing the clarity in the code, but also the flexibility to allow creative development that meets the market needs. So that is where our attention is right now.
So perhaps maybe what it takes, let's agree on whatever we agree, and then work out the things that we can work out, as long as we know what we agree to. Okay, so let's figure out what we agree between us and the developer, and then if anything that we don't, then let's figure out how do we get there. So we agree on our underground garage. We agree on what, allowing people to be able to access to downtown Wilburton versus Loop, whatever. Okay, and then whatever they bring up, whatever we think it's important that we don't know, let's put them on the table. Let's figure out how to address those things.
Mm-hmm.
Then,
okay, thank you, Councilmember Lee.
Thank you.
Councilmember Zahn.
Oh, there we are. Yes, I appreciate all of my colleagues' comments so far. I've been thinking about, what is the goal of what we're trying to do, which is the successful urban neighborhood, walkable, livable, multimodal, close to TOD, and also really a gateway into Bellevue. So what we want to make sure is that as we develop the land use code, that we create a mechanism for a win-win between what the city's looking for in our guiding principles, as well as the developers' interests, so that we actually can result in something that works. My sense is, as I'm listening and looking at this, that this is really a hybrid because of the proximity to downtown. It has elements of downtown. It's also right across from a TOD. So there are elements of the TOD that we're also looking for. I guess what I'm wondering about, well, actually a couple things. One is I'm glad to hear that it looks like the contiguous parking below grade is still compatible with what we're developing here, because we did spend quite a bit of time in the guiding principles talking about that. And I'd like to make sure that that discussion was not lost. So I think that's important. Making sure that, as we talked about, right-sizing jobs and housing is also important. Balancing clarity and flexibility, I agree with that. What I'm wondering is this. I know tonight we're only talking about streets and blocks, but it seems to me that the ground floor activation, the building design, the three elements are interconnected. So to the degree that we're only talking about streets and blocks tonight, there are potential ways through ground floor activation or building design where some of the things we're looking for in the streets and blocks can also be accommodated. I guess my question is, it doesn't seem like this particular item is a standalone discussion topic, because the entire character of the development of this space is interrelated. Is that right?
Yes, I think that's well stated, Councilmember Zahn. It's kind of iterative here. This is the foundation piece. Then we'll talk about ground floor activation, and then talk about the building design, heights, FAR, that sort of stuff. And then looking at the whole package at the end, because we've got to make some choices along the way to provide some guidance, but it doesn't mean they're, as has been mentioned earlier, fixed in concrete at this point. That doesn't happen until you actually take action on the code. But at this point, it is trying to provide getting some sense for what the council feels about the proposal, so that we can start kind of locking it down a bit as we build the next step. And then, like you said, they start interacting, and we can talk about how that happens as we bring those additional elements to the council, those topic areas to the council for discussion and direction as well. So again, we are trying to get some sense, and I think we are getting that. It sounds like we're in the ballpark with the block size question here, maybe a little bit of adjustment to scale it up slightly. And we can certainly look at that to the 1,300 foot perimeter maximum as an example that was suggested. That helps us. So that helps us kind of start locking down the recommendation as we move to the next step.
Okay, because it does seem to me that when we talk about locking down, being really careful that we're not precluding innovative design solutions that may give us walkable, livable, vibrant neighborhood feel, while still being able to support the developers' vision themselves of what they're trying to do. So, excuse me, there was some comment about the ability to have a grand plaza, some lidding of part of the property. So as I'm thinking about this, I just want to make sure that we are not locking down elements to the point where some of that innovation in design solutions are going to be lost. So predictability is one thing, but if we create too much of a locking down that we lose sight of the flexibility, I think that'll be problematic.
Yeah, I think that's good feedback. And we do try to, in the code, allow for that flexibility. It's like you described, that clarity, as well as that flexibility, and how people can look at the code and decide what works for their property, so that they've got the ability to go out, work with investors, et cetera, and put together proposals. If it's too wide open, it creates a lot of uncertainty too. So, there is that balance that we're all trying to strike here. But that idea of, innovative ideas and allowing for that, and we start talking about open space and how that integrates into this area, and that can certainly have an impact on, how we lay out the development, or how the developer lays out the development, and creates that goal of walkability, permeability, and interest.
So it's very much working with the developers' ideas.
Councilmember Zahn,
okay,
I'm going to stop you there, but I'll make a deal with you. I'll let you finish if you promise to vote in for extra time so I can talk after you.
You know what? It's okay. I will stop here. But okay. I will ask, but if we need more time, let's see, 10:18, can we finish?
I'm thinking we're going to have to go around again, but I'll go ahead and finish what I have to say, and then we can have another shot at it. We can extend the time if we'd like to. So I very much appreciate all the council's conversations here, and Councilmember Zahn really nailed it for me. I feel like, the goals that we're going for are this accessible, welcoming, safe, environment for people. And I think that it feels to me, and maybe I'm wrong, but there's a disconnect between what that looks like between the city and the developers and me too, because I don't feel like having car roads carving up a property makes it particularly walkable or welcoming. It makes it accessible to cars, but not necessarily to pedestrians or cyclists or the people who are frequenting the area. And I think the idea of undergrounding as much car travel as possible is a great idea. That means I don't have to worry about it when I'm walking around there. So I would really like to support anything that creates this accessible, welcoming, and safe environment. And I don't think that necessarily means car blocks. And I really don't want to put any north-south street in that assumes that if the Bellevue Club property redevelops, that it has to continue that street onto Southeast 8th. I don't support that. I don't think that's a good thing for the area, and I don't think it's fair to the property owner either. So it does seem like you're very close in what the city's requiring and what the developer is hoping to do. But I hope that we can think a little bit outside the box of what, you say you don't want a campus. I think a campus would be really great if it has all those elements in it. I think it could be wonderful. And I think Google has done a great job with the campus that they built in Kirkland that's very accessible from the bike trail. So I think that we just, need to be a little more flexible with how we interpret what we're trying to do there in achieving the goals of the council and achieving the goals of the developer. I think we can do it, but I'm not sure it's going to mean that there's going to be a lot of surface travel by cars, in my mind anyway. So I'm going to start over again with Barksdale, Robertson, Stokes, Newenhouse, Lee's on me. And I'm first going to ask if we can extend the meeting to 10:45. Is there a motion for that?
I'll make that motion.
Okay, is there a second?
A second.
Second. I second it.
Thank you. Okay, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, thank you. All right, so let's see if we can, Mike, why don't you ask us exactly, I see the recommendations here, and I know you have a page that says the direction you're asking for is the block size.
So why don't we go, right, so Charmaine, go back to 19 and maybe we'll just, because this one is just a dimensional, are we in the ballpark here? So in the feedback that we've gotten on this particular portion of the code from the developers, the property owners in the area, they're suggesting a slightly larger block size, a maximum of around, I believe it was 1,300 feet in the perimeter. So I guess instead of just calling the exact number here tonight, we're in a range. So we're in a pretty close range, and maybe some tweaks because of the geographic kind of the configuration of the properties there might warrant a little bit of an adjustment. But this is the range. We're in the 350, to 375 or so feet, maybe 1,300 foot perimeter. So if that is acceptable to the council, then we'll work with putting those dimensions or those ranges within the draft code to move it to the next step. So, again, I think there's not big disagreement around this particular feature of the code based on the feedback that we've received so far.
Okay, so let's just go through, starting with Councilmember Barksdale, and see if you're comfortable with it's like a flexible 1,200 block.
Yeah, I'm comfortable with that. Are we commenting on the other items too, or just that right now?
Well, I think we're going to go start with the next ones. Mike, do you have more to say about the other two items?
So I think they all kind of, in a lot of ways, they go together. So there's, I guess, the key questions in front of the council that we're asking is, one is just the configuration of the blocks and this small block size as defined here, or something in this proximity acceptable to satisfy the council's vision for small blocks, walkable community kind of environment. So this is responding to that policy direction. The next question is the next slide, which is the street layout, where we said there are these kind of streets that are the pre-located kind of streets, and then these secondary streets that are flexible in the way that they're laid out, meaning they could be pedestrian and cars, etc. But again, they're used to create the blocks to satisfy that block size. Again, it's not putting cars on all of these. That would be an option, but probably not likely given the way this property will develop. So again, is it that the direction that we've laid out, the recommendation with the built-in flexibility, is that an acceptable initial direction for what we're trying to create in this planning area?
Okay, so I think we can answer those, the configuration of the blocks and then the street layout. I think we can answer those two questions as we go through, because we've been through this before. So Councilmember Barksdale, why don't you start?
Okay, just a couple questions. I appreciate the good discussion that's already happened about the underground parking, and so just wanted to follow up and say, is there a way to separate the street configuration from the underground in terms of property rights, so that, you know, I know we've had departures for at and above grade. Like, is there a way to just separate those two so they're not as coupled?
I'm not quite sure I fully understand the question. I think that the decision about the type of street and whether it's an easement or whether it's publicly dedicated really happens at development, in the development process, and it is, as Trisna mentioned, it's delegated. That decision making is delegated to the transportation director. So it would be hard in the land use code to actually address that specifically, except for the question about trying to take steps to encourage large below grade garages. That could be some direction that could be provided.
Okay, and then I'd be interested in that. And then the street that cuts the potential street that cuts in front of the Bellevue Club. I guess I'm just trying to get a sense, does it really improve circulation enough to have that there, if that is the intention?
So that would be only required if they redevelop that site and it was determined as part of whatever the redevelopment is, it needed that for access and circulation. I saw the letter from the Bellevue Club, and certainly it's not something that we would just go do now. It would be part of a major redevelopment that would happen. And then again, the decision on what would be necessary to serve that development, whether it's a public street, it's a pedestrian oriented, etc. But without a redevelopment, it's kind of hard to answer what that might be in the future.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
Am I open? Okay. Thank you. So I really appreciated the mayor's comments about, the campus, and what we envision here is this really great amenity for the neighborhood and for the people that are living and working on the property. So I want to talk big picture, then I'm going to ask a few questions, then I'm going to talk big picture again, and I'll try to be brief. So to me, in going through all of this with the CAC and the comp plan amendment, looking at the materials that the WIGs have provided to us, I think that the intentions of their edits are consistent with vision. I think they're consistent here.
Councilmember Robertson, may I interrupt you for one moment? If you're using a headset, I think the batteries are dying.
Oh, okay. Okay, let me plug in just a second.
They sound better now.
Okay.
Yeah, that's fine.
Here, I'll charge it. It's been a long meeting. Can you hear me better now?
Yeah, that's better.
Yeah.
Much
Okay.
better.
Thank you. So what I was saying is I want to talk a little bit big picture. I think that the edits that the WIGs and the Bellevue Club and as supported by the chamber are very consistent with the vision that we've had for this site. I think they are also understandably that they want to have more certainty that they're going to be able to develop consistent with that vision. So, and I think that their plan is wonderful. So to that end, the block size recommendation, you know, a little bit bigger perimeter, even be more comfortable with the OLB, which is what you said, Emil said PMF, which is the Sheridan site, has 350 to 380 on east-west and 600 on north-south. That seems reasonable. If we're going to go with a smaller size of the 1,300 foot perimeter, as long as we're exempting out the 1/14th frontage and the wetland and stream area, I think the property owner says it's workable. So somewhere in that realm, I'm good. On the street recommendation network, I much prefer the street recommendation that the developer provided for figure 1, which just has the one pre-decided street and several potential streets, because the comp plan said as needed. And so we will decide if those are needed. And the pre-dedicated streets have to be developed with all of this other, you know, the road lanes and the street trees and the sidewalks and the bike lane. And we may want to have streets in there that are just pathways for bikes and people. So I think we want to have more flexibility on that. So on the street recommendation, I'd like to use the figure 1 they provided, and on this, which then addresses the street type on slide 21. So the direction I would like to give staff tonight is to work with the comments that we specifically received from the WIGs based on the council's conversation tonight, which has been very consistent, and to close out this topic in a way that carries forward the intentions that are in their red line. I don't think staff's had time to look in detail at those code revisions, but they need to look at them, maybe change the way they're written so that they're more consistent with our code, make sure they're consistent with our transportation code and our utility code. But I think that if we capture that intention, we will not go wrong. And so I know everyone gets another kick at the can, but I would recommend that we make a motion to direct staff to do that and to carry that piece forward on these topics. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Robertson. Councilmember Stokes.
Yeah, I appreciate what was just said. I don't think we're going to make a decision tonight. I don't think that's appropriate at this point, but I think actually this is coming together. And what's interesting is, if I don't know if everybody's gotten this potential. I mean, there are a lot of ways to approach this. So I think what has been said is we just want a framework, but it's not an absolute that has to be exactly as this. It's as needed. And we just need to get the framework in place and get actually to the work on coming up with, get the developer to get together and get a proposal and start going. We have wasted so much time messing around with all of this back and forth, and we need to get to actually what are we going to do and how do we do it. And I think we got a good framework. I don't think the framework's changed a whole lot over the last several years. But I think our vision and what we want for it has been adopted. I think we're incompatible on it. Let's get this thing over. And the idea was to make the land use code as simple as possible and then move to the other aspects of it. And in their latest proposal of concept, actually they're putting more streets and ways to get around in there than the proposal talks about in a sense. So we just need to go forward on this. We make the recommendation. We'll make the final decision when we get through the other pieces. But and the language we have there now is fine if we really believe that the as needed means something, and it does mean something. So even if we take the staff proposed figure 1 as opposed to the WIG's figure 1, the staff proposal is a proposal. And it's as needed, and that is something to be determined when we actually sit down with them as to what to do. And I think we're going to come out with something that's different, but it's also going to be very compatible to this. And I think this conversation has been very good in terms of us coming together on what the vision can be. But we need to get this thing done. And having someone willing to go forward in the middle. We just had a conversation about, development. I mean, about what I'm trying to say about economic development. When we have someone ready to go with a property and really essentially coming together with what we've been talking about, why are we wasting time getting it going? So I'm ready to move on the thing as soon as we can, and we need to go through these other pieces, but I think we have to keep in mind that we can talk this thing to death, or we can actually put it in place and get it going. And I think it will meet the criteria that the planning department and other people have been talking about. And that conversation has been very helpful, but we need to take action now. We need to be nimble, we need to be quick, and we need to take action when we have something to go on. Thank you.
Okay, Deputy Mayor Noonhouse.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I share Councilmember Stokes' urgency to get going on this, and not that we're not. And I appreciate again all my colleagues' thoughts and questions and staff's preparation for tonight. But I agree with the comments made. Let's get the comments from tonight from the council, from the developers or property owners. Let's incorporate it into a proposed LUCA. Let's keep this moving forward. I like the thought of as Councilmember Robertson had noted, the thought of one pre-decided street, but leave the rest of the streets as needed basis. And then when it comes to the block size, or the length of the blocks, it's hard for me to give any guidance on that because of my question earlier, which wasn't, I understand it can be a bit tricky to answer, but still, I'm looking for hopefully a compromise, because I think we're close, where this is going to work for the developer as well as work for the city and this council. So I'm hoping that we can do that, and I look forward to the next step in the process. And this is going to be an amazing project. Once this is done, this is going to be an amazing entry point into the city, and I really look forward to the day when we're all there and we can see this fantastic area called East Main. Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Lee.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I fully agree with the mayor's perspective that this will be a wonderful development, because I think it meets the council's objective for how we want to use this piece of land as the gateway for Bellevue. A wonderful project to begin a continuation of accommodating the light rail, TOD, and this island that needs to have a development such as this. Therefore, I do not support the city staff's recommendation. I appreciate what they've done. It's a very challenging, tricky thing to balance. But I do not support their recommendation for the network of streets. I do not support the requirement of block size. I think this is going to be something the developer will do to the best of their ability and knowledge and intention, and that would meet the city's goal, vision to make this as a very creative, innovative, memorable development. So I would like to leave this to them. They can work with the city staff. Obviously, the city, we are in the driver's seat. We can require them to do whatever the city's interest is. If they don't, if the developers don't do it, we'll remind them to do it. And whether the street is necessary or whether the street is not necessary, we'll figure that out. But I would not recommend a predetermined network of streets and the block size at this time. It's the developer's choice. Thank you.
Not really.
Is that an option, Mike?
Well, they want us to approve the street recommendations.
Well, I mean,
not tonight.
You can give different directions, but your direction.
Don't talk anymore. Just get it done.
excuse me, I'm just clarifying that your direction is to let the developer determine the streets.
Yes, and the city works with them with all the good intentions and goals and visions we agreed to.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you. Councilmember Zahn.
Oh, there we go. Yes, thank you. You know, I do believe that there is an urgency to get this done. We've been at this since 2013. And yet I really appreciate all the hard work of staff as well as the WIGs for taking a look at the language that we have been crafting, working with us. And I actually think we're a lot closer. And if we focus on the common interest of what the city wants, as well as what the WIG's vision is for their property, I think we can get to a win-win. So to the degree that staff can take a look at the comments that we've received on the work to date and work with the developer to make sure that what we're proposing as language is compatible with the work that they've already done to date, and bring us back those areas where there is, after working together, discrete areas where we're not quite there yet, so that we can focus on those areas. Because I think right now we've been talking about a whole bunch of things, but Mike, as you've said, you haven't had a chance to even look at the feedback yet. So I really believe that if we focus on the common interests that we all have about making sure that this area of East Main is as successful as possible as a gateway to Bellevue, I believe we can get there. And I think it is this, again, the interconnected piece between how we look at the streets and blocks, ground floor activation, and building design together as a TOD that will make this area successful.
Okay, thank you. So I'll just kind of reiterate, I think Councilmember Robertson was very clear in the direction, and I agree with it, that we should be working with the developer, but maintaining those goals that we've talked about making it accessible and walkable and safe. And however we need to do that, I just don't think that I envision the cars being on those pathways that we're denoting here. So I think you've gotten a lot of feedback, and I just want to thank the staff for upholding the goals of the council and the steering committee. You've done a very good job, and also working with the developer, and I look forward to seeing the compromises that you come up with. And I think this is going to be a very unique development for Bellevue. So do you have the direction that you need? Is there anything else you want to hear from us specifically?
I think appreciate all of the feedback from the council members tonight. I think it's very helpful. You know, obviously the balancing act that these co-development projects present, meaning the amount of specificity versus the flexibility, is always the big challenge. But again, I think it's been reiterated, trying to keep the kind of the goal line in focus here. One is we're trying to get there as quickly as possible, but second, there's some outcomes that the council has articulated in the policy direction that we're trying to keep in front of us, as well as we work to try to find the right answers to the questions. And I think the direction the council and the feedback the council has given us tonight is very helpful. So we'll take that and we will work with the stakeholder groups and massage the language of the code and see if we can get to a place where everybody's nodding their heads in the affirmative as far as we go forward.
Well, that sounds great. Well, thank you very much. Appreciate that. And I believe we are done now. I want to thank everybody for staying overtime virtually. It's even harder than in person, but I really appreciate the focus and the good work tonight. So thank you, and we'll see you next week. Meeting adjourned.